The best one's always area.
All right. Y'all ready to go live?
Yeah.
Is one ever
Yeah.
truly ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are live, and we have everyone here. Finally.
I'm back.
So, yeah, this potentially could be the final episode. It really depends on what happens, but let's go ahead and do a brief recap of what happened last time. You guys had success. Well, you didn't beat it last time, I don't think, or did you? Was last session when you beat the leech?
Nope.
No, we
No, it
were
was the one before.
No.
Okay, that's what I
researching
thought.
and stuff last session.
All right. So, you guys have been doing some research on the leech's body, maybe going a little bit overboard, and kind of pissing off the Tremere, but hey, you know, it's hard not to piss them off, honestly.
I wouldn't have pissed them off.
But you guys have gotten some information. You do know of a dealer who trades in the materials that was required to make the leech, but getting the information out of him is gonna probably have some consequences of some form. And you guys have also done some research on the core of the leech, which was a gangrel, and you guys have gotten some information on who this individual was. So, the leads are starting to come in, and all you need to do now is find whomever or wherever the leech was created and deal with it. But yeah. I believe we ended off on a knight. So, rouse checks.
I forgot that I absolutely tanked my willpower.
Oh my god, phew.
Oh, you regained some of that at the end of the session, at least.
Well,
no,
technically
I
at the
got
beginning.
too
but yeah.
aggravated.
Oh, yeah.
I can't.
Can't believe I
I'm
succeeded.
too permanently gone until I go on a vacation.
Wait, did all of us succeed?
Yes.
Holy
God,
shit.
we're so red.
Wow.
Alex is cheating.
I know.
I am cheating.
Yeah, you even got a crit.
I'm really keeping up this zero hunger.
I guess I should mention as well, we also had an interesting scene with Augustus and his sire and his, well, mostly Aliester's plot to turn Augustus into a thrall by, allowing himself to be fed on. Hence the missing aggravated willpower.
It was worth it. I shouldn't have let everyone talk me into using all of my willpower on that one roll at the beginning.
We didn't think you were going to use it again, but...
And then you tried to kill me. Repeatedly.
Is it really him killing you if you're the one letting him do it?
Yeah.
Alright, so...
Yeah.
A new night has begun, and I guess we'll get into the information that you received. So, through the various occultic experiments that Velvet was doing, you've been able to track the resonance chain of the kindred in question. And so a good portion of your time looking into it is you've been able to more or less track their hunting ground, basing it off of mortals who the individual would have fed on before they were, inexplicably changed into whatever this creature was. It was a bit of a messy process, and it did take a decent amount of time, but you've managed to narrow down the general area. And considering that this is a security, something based on the security of the this domain, you were able to put a request into the prince to give you the information of which individual lived in the particular area. And considering that the individual is, obviously dead because they were turned into the leech, the information really can't hurt. So, you learned that the individual in question was one Jonathan Mans, with 2 N's, and was a kindred who had more or less fallen off the general scope. Their sire had perished rather early into their experience as a kindred, and they never really made waves. But you know the general neighborhood, and due to your research, you know the general hunting grounds that this individual used to use. So, putting in some time in investigation, you guys can check out the various areas to see if you can find anything somewhat unusual.
Yeah. You have some very good tangible leads from what it sounds like.
After all of the work, the Velvet knocks on Ted's door. Ted, are you done with your family moment?
He just opens the door like normal.
Are you doing better now? That was a long family moment.
Everything is fine.
I like when you said that your character image on the screen was very, very accurate.
Not fine.
Sorry. Anyway, go ahead, continue.
So, while you were gone, might want to catch you up on some things.
I would appreciate that.
The body was returned. I may have melted some parts on it. On accident.
The Tremere will be ecstatic about this.
Yeah. Aliester said as much. So the body was comprised of some interesting things as she comes into the house.
Yeah, he makes no effort to stop you.
Dodges a squeaky toy. So the body was comprised of a combination of blood abilities and alchemy, with some blood magic traits that primarily are used by the Tremere. And the base for this leech is a dead gangrel by the name of Jonathan Mans.
Anything you've all tracked out about him, or?
It's not an impressive track record. He didn't make any waves. His sire died early. Other than him being a gangrel, I don't know why they used him for the base specifically, other than he could have been a convenient target right at the right time.
Well, their protein abilities make him better at shape-shifting their bodies.
Other than the protein abilities, but they're not the only gangrel in Seattle. Let's see, there's that. Also, while all of that was going on, Augustus's sire dragged out of him our investigation and what we know.
Anything positive come of that?
Nothing positive on Augustus's end. But now he knows what our investigation currently is standing at prior to investigating the body. And she goes through all of the semantics and everything in terms of the investigation and all of that.
Yeah.
And how she was able to get his residence and his hunting ground pretty much kind of figured out for the dead gangrel.
Of all of it, one of the things he does is he makes a note, like just in his phone or something, of the address that you give him for like his residence. Have any of you made plans on either divvying up what to investigate? I'll at least say, for my skill set, the going to where he lived is probably the best.
No, we're still trying to figure out if we want to investigate the body more, if we want to investigate the dealer.
You said the dealer was unwilling, right?
It's not that they would be unwilling. There could be obvious consequences if we start asking. And we can't go as a group, that would be way too suspicious.
Yeah. My gut thought for any of this is just do it sneakily. If we want any information, if the dealer has any, see if he has any logs somewhere, then we can get it. Though, if he's smart and if it's being sold to a kindred, then he wouldn't. I at least think getting into our gangrels would be a pretty good avenue of investigation. Something I'm very well suited at.
Mm-hmm. I've also, if we do go after the dealer, and since we wouldn't be able to go as a group, I do now have a skill that could help us on that end. But it would be a bit precarious, but I figured we could discuss that with the group when we figure all that out. But if you want to investigate, I can let at least Ophelia know, and then maybe Ophelia can go with you, or one of us can, so you have company.
Can also get Michelangelo. I know he's suited for that type of work as well. We've done it before.
I know we're going to be meeting up at Ophelia's commune soon. Oh god, time's moving backwards.
I'm just trying to set up the time so that it's more accurate, since you two live generally close to each other.
Or if you want, you can just summon everyone, like you usually do.
Oh, there's a little clock. That's so neat. You know, I think the commune would be more fun. I'd say that it's before the commune meetup.
Okay.
It'd be more interesting.
It definitely was. Ophelia has a prison cell.
Interesting. I didn't think they did anything to deserve that.
Now apparently they just have a prison cell in case we need it.
And smart, we might.
Mm-hmm. But she tells you the date and heads out.
Yeah, he nods, and then like proceeds back to what he was doing. You hear like the door close and a faint like him telling his TV to hit play again, and then silence.
So wait, this was on a different day? What's going on?
That was probably more likely a fault on my end. Telling them that we're meeting up next at Ophelia's commune.
You guys had already had that meeting. It's where a lot of this information was like disseminated originally.
Then that is my bad.
Oh, then instead, out of the blue, Ted's landlord shows up again, providing cookies for the people that can actually eat. Or for the people who enjoy cookies.
What kind of cookies?
The assortments. There's some chocolate chip, there's some double chocolate chip, and some snickerdoodle. Y'all can choose. The only thing that is left out of the assortment is if anyone in like either y'all's homes have allergies. It's already been accounted for and figured out, and those are left out. It's already the first question they asked.
I open the door and see the landlady, and very exhausted and disheveled, I sort of lean on the doorway and let out a sigh and say, I never thought I'd be excited to get an invitation again. I'm glad he's back. Looking forward to having someone who won't destroy bodies that will get me killed.
Walk into his apartment and he's like, I just finished destroying this corpse.
No.
Just some different corpse. But yeah, everyone receives some summons and to gather at his apartment.
All right, so several hours later, everyone gathers together at Ted's apartment.
I try to be put together, but just a little bit unkempt hair, loosely falling out of my swept back style, and just bags under the eyes, and even paler than normal. Ugh.
I walk right in, not inviting you in.
I stand at the door for so long.
Did he bring the chair this time?
No, I forgot my chair. I've been too preoccupied with things.
Oh no, that sucks.
Though it's late at night, one of the other tenants of the apartment building just kind of pass you by, slightly side-eyeing you.
Just slightly side-eyeing, like, is it the fucking mayor?
I look over and nod at him as if this is normal. The door is open and all of my friends are inside hanging out.
Just staring into the doorway.
Just like
Enough.
a dog, like a sad dog looking in.
It's
That's
also
when my
right outside the haunted apartment, too.
and that's when my guy shows up. Starts walking up and kind of just sees you at an open door. It's like, you look like hell.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Would you like to come in?
I would.
Walks in.
I walk in defeated.
Oh, you've arrived.
Yep. Just now.
It's not true, we got here together. I just didn't invite him in.
You should have said something.
It's alright.
It's nice to see that you're back and working, Ted.
things seem to be in order.
That's good. Have you been caught up on the situation at hand?
I have. And at least it seems like we have 3 tenable leads.
Yes. While all of them were investigating for the last week, since my skill set didn't seem to apply to that particular investigation, I decided to go back to our first lead and made some connections to help us out. And I have now a 3-dot contact in the Kindred Black Market.
Nice.
What's a 3-dot contact? What does
Yeah,
that mean?
that tell for those out at home.
The number of dots is essentially the scope of which your contacts like can act.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just more asking, just like he said it
So-
in character.
Well, I'm pretty
It's
sure
just
that
how
part
I
wasn't in character.
categorize. It's just how I categorize people.
I
With
see the world
dots.
is in dots,
Oh.
you see. In my wallet, it's 3 dots.
Ophelia asked me this, and I say, I don't know what you're talking about, and then I conspicuously look a little bit above your head.
I do like that does imply you scale reality in the same way as pouch nicotine, like Zyn packets, because that's
Definitely.
how that is all scaled too.
I do. As soon as Ophelia says that, I pull out a little like pocket notebook and I flip to a certain page, and you see a list with all of your names on it, and I erase one of the dots next to Ophelia.
That's mean.
Standing up for yourself, I do like that, and I pull it out and put another dot there.
I guess this just gives Alistair the weirdest look ever.
Again, I'm pretty sure this is out of character.
Oh,
Nope,
oops.
fully in character.
So I can help out more on that side of things now that I've put some legwork into it.
Which, that is where my skill set ends. So, my proposal is to follow up on the haven of this gangrel who has turned into this leech. Which, at the very least, I know that your skill set also helps with this Michelangelo. So, a little breaking in would help for both of us.
And what is this in part of?
Investigating the home of, what's this guy's name again?
Jonathan
Jonathan
Manns.
John Man.
That's it.
Yes, I could help you with another break-in, as it were. I assume it's going to be a little bit more security than a tent.
Quite possible.
Breaking and entering is subterfuge, right?
It is larceny.
No, yeah.
No.
Subterfuge
oh.
is just lying.
I went.
Yeah.
You see, I forgot larceny was in the left column, so I was looking for it in like the middle and right.
Yeah,
It
well,
is a-
it's physical in the left, like charisma based in the middle, and then intelligence based on the right.
Yeah. The other bit is like, for example, with stealth, I have a specialty in break-ins,
Hmm.
and then oh yeah, this will actually, I mean, maybe, who knows? I do have my obfuscate ability. In the off chance that that there's like any electronic security systems, I am invisible to any form of like security camera and stuff. This is actually very cool. I do like Ghost in the Machine.
That's a nice power.
Obfuscate has a lot of cool ones.
I like obfuscate a lot. So, of our 3 leads, we have his feeding grounds, his previous, well, now ex-home, and the dealer. Splitting our forces might be the best bet. So,
I definitely don't seem to have the skill set for at least breaking and entering.
I assume you'd be leading the investigation onto the dealer.
Yes. That would be my preference.
I can assist with the dealer investigation.
Both of you do have the wombo combo of dominate.
It's pretty hype.
Listen to me. Forget what I said. Listen to me. Forget what I said.
I do also have 3 ranks in intimidation. If I can go with you guys to the dealer as well, if you need to go that route as well.
I'm kind of wary to use intimidation.
I was suggesting more as a last resort.
Yeah, but like, I feel like I would rather leave than go to that resort.
So we have at least I think we have 2 ways we can take this depending on how I guess people want to split this. We could either do 2 teams of 3 and then all of us hit the like afterwards what regardless of what happens, go investigate his feeding grounds like as a big group. Or we could all split into 3 teams of 2.
Well, you see, we already have a team of Michelangelo and you, and then Velvet
Yeah,
and Mayor. I would just leave
we're leaving the muscle.
yeah, to the other investigation. So we should probably go 2 teams of 3.
That is
I
fair.
agree. I also don't quite feel comfortable in the Kindred Black Market trying to investigate things we're not supposed to know without a bodyguard.
Yeah.
All right, 2 teams of 3 it is. Which sounds like you, Ophelia, wish to go down the dealer route.
I don't really care. I was just suggesting. Do you have a preference looking towards... Holy shit, why am I forgetting your name, Augustus?
Oh, you got it. Don't worry. I don't care. I could help assist Ted with investigation since I have 3 dots in it. So I'll go with Ted and Michael.
Okay.
Excellent.
Oh, this helps. You have a car.
That I do. Okay, I packed the 4-door this time.
He grimaces slightly.
All right, so we have a group going to Jonathan's home, and we have another going to the black market area. All right. Well, which group would like to go first?
Do we want to give home investigation first? Because Alex is finally back.
Yeah, I say
Let
let
her-
Alex have it.
Let's let our boy shine.
Yeah.
Finally able to.
All right. So it takes you a bit of time. Jonathan's home is on north side, near shoreline, pretty much. Actually, in the shoreline area. So that being the case, you guys head out to a small suburban area, and you come to like a home that has a vehicle currently set up on blocks, and it seems to have been broken into, and the tires are missing. Seems pretty looted, honestly, and that's very strange. Other than that, the house looks normal. So what do y'all do?
I guess first things first, I'm going to activate heightened senses and
Okay.
keep an ear out because I want to really, really try to keep an ear and eye out to make sure that this house is abandoned if anyone has taken residence as of recently.
All right. I'm gonna throw on Sense of the Dead.
Okay.
Do I need Unseen Passage?
Probably not yet, at least because we're just casing the joint real quick.
Hmm.
Okay. So you guys are staying outside the house.
And just giving it a quick cursory like walk around a little stealthily to try to determine like if there's any obvious signs that people have been around or are currently around. Double checking no inside,
That's fair, just in case somebody else is casing the house or not.
or even if it is abandoned, someone's like squatting in it or something.
I'll assist him with that.
Okay. Well, everyone besides Michelangelo, go ahead and make a dex stealth.
Does this count as a break-in?
No.
I'm not breaking in, but it's attributing to a break-in.
No. You guys are walking around a house in the middle of a suburb. You're trying not to draw too much attention. This would be a laying low.
That's fair.
Oh god.
I mean, you got
Uh-huh.
3.
Why are you so hungry?
I don't know.
Because you are drinking from your.
Didn't
from
you
your
just feed on me?
That was yesterday. Yesterday is old.
What did you do since then?
You didn't fail your rouse check. That's right, it's fine. We'll work with it.
Just don't use any powers.
Oh.
Or be near anyone bleeding.
Or that.
Okay. Well, 2 successes was all that was needed, so not a bestial failure.
Okay, phew.
you guys are moving more or less quiet enough not to draw any unwanted attention from nearby homes. As you guys are walking around the house, it looks pretty normal, not in actually too terrible of condition, until you get to the back. When you get to the back, you see a sliding glass door that has been busted into and has been left open. Unfortunately for you at the moment, there's a curtain kind of in the way, so you can't easily see inside. And when you look in some of the other back windows, they also seem to be covered with what looks like garbage bags.
Well, now is the time for one of these. As seeing this, I will use my obfuscate to be vampirically stealthy instead. I would like to get myself a good look inside.
Okay. Go ahead and make a rouse check. Success. Okay. So you taking a peek inside past the curtain, you notice a bunch of glass on the floor. Avoiding it to the best of your ability, you see the entire inside of the house has been thoroughly looted. You can see an old entertainment center that all the doors are swung open, TV missing, many shelves are pulled out either most of the way or all the way onto the floor. Many cupboards are like ajar, open, various states of looted through. Still some like various cans of food that people didn't want, like green beans, stuff like that. And as you're kind of sneaking through the house quietly, you hear the sound of snoring. Moving into a back room area, you find a individual wearing a very ruddy looking sweater or sweatshirt, kind of curled up onto what looks like a old sleeping mat and a variety of stuff. And you see like a shopping cart has also been moved into the house full of various items as well. You do know that while not currently a problem, the individual here could cause problems if you guys wanted to do a much more thorough search.
That is quite true. As someone who has a lot of experience with this, with Sandman feeding type and quite experience with breaking and entering, would I know if drinking from a human while they're asleep maybe puts them into a deeper sleep to where they're less likely to be roused from their slumber?
No, unfortunately.
Seeing this, he's going to quietly slip right back out to go confer with his two friends.
Well, did you find anything?
And yeah, moving them far enough away that they can talk quietly without waking him, obviously, but...
Yeah, it's not a big issue.
There's some guy in there. Broke in there. Taking up residence. Sleeping currently.
Is he human?
Yes.
Shit.
Well, just a squatter situation, I suppose.
Seems like it would be an issue. I'd like to actually investigate thoroughly. So, if we have a method to get him out, I'd like to do it without actually killing them or even hurting them in some way. But I'm not really capable of that.
Michelangelo thinks. But then you set like a bunch of goals and he has to think harder.
I mean, what were you thinking? If you're just gonna kill somebody?
Nah, I was just thinking you could very easily throw like a knapsack over their head, knock them out, and not have to deal with them seeing anything. And in that regard, it's not like they're gonna call the police because they're already squatting in somebody's house that isn't their own.
That's true.
It's work better suited for you two. I don't have the arm for that.
I could hold him down and you can knock him out. I just don't want to knock him out because I don't want to hurt him. Like, or more like murder him by accident.
Alternatively, we could also just try to convince him, if anything.
Oh, wait, repeat that.
Could try to convince him in some way. Just wake him up, hand over mouth. Try to scare him into keep quiet, run along for a couple hours, give him some money. Maybe like enough money that he'll have something to go do. I don't know.
I don't have any money, but I bet we could scare him off if we really wanted to.
I do have a bit of money on me.
How much?
I also do. I have resource 1.
I've resourced you.
Yeah. How intimidating or persuasive is Michelangelo?
Moderately persuasive.
Better than me.
If I had to place a number on it, I'd say a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's a method. I mean, if we want to do this non-violently, that's probably the best bet. Worst comes to worst, then you, I guess, hit him on the head hard enough.
Though, at the same time, having a witness that can place our faces at the scene of a kindred who has passed on's home is problematic.
If it is fast enough, I can make them forget. I have cloud memory.
Would we not run into the situation where they would just come back into the house then?
Well, I mean, if we need them to just forget, if they can't just walk along past. Because if they just walk off with some money and not gonna tell anybody, then it's fine. If some dudes came in kicked his ass, then he'd have reason to talk.
Very well. Allow me to go in and prep for us to get in there quietly, or at least for you, Augustus.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, Ted will do so as well.
And going in to help with like the glass situation, everything, as he doesn't make sound himself. You will kind of like prep the area for Augustus to make his way in.
Okay. Doesn't take any major effort. So you guys can enter into the house without making any sound.
Okay. And yeah, Ted gets in position to in the same room as the sleeping homeless man in case we are needed to quickly make him forget.
Get ready to grab him. Turns to Augustus.
Augustus nods his head.
As we both all arrive into the room, Michelangelo turns to the Augustus and nods.
He immediately grabs the homeless man.
Okay. As you do so, he kind of groggily rouses from being manhandled. You don't need to make a check. You are far stronger than this guy will ever be. So he's just like, and his eyes wide. What's going on?
Shh. As he kind of places the cane against his throat.
His eyes darting around the room. It's incredibly dark in here, and he cannot see well. So he looks like a panicked rabbit to you all at the moment.
Fair. We are not here to harm you, sir. However, it would seem that you are in the house of somebody we currently are learning about. Is there any information you can tell us about them at all?
I don't know. I just noticed this place was no one was living here or anything, so I just want to get out of the cold. You guys need this place? I'll leave. You don't need to worry about me none. I'll just get right out of your hair.
I do like that. And he pulls out a kind of crisp 100, puts it in the man's palm. Feel free to get to yourself something nice, but forget where you got it.
Sure. Yeah.
Before you leave, is there anything in your cot that you have taken from the house that we might need to look over?
Some food in the cart. Mostly canned stuff.
And does he seem to be lying about it at all, or does that seem to be all he took?
He doesn't seem to be lying to you at this time.
Very well. He releases the cane from him and nods to Augustus.
Augustus lets him go.
If you return in an hour, your things will be untouched. You can do what you wish after then.
I think I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. I think he gets his stuff. He blindly kind of fiddles around, looking, grabs his cart, and kind of just gets what he thinks he has, and kind of shuffles his way out.
All right. Feel free to investigate peacefully, he says with a smile.
Ted stands up and he begins to search. And one of the things he does, something he does in many homes that he does when he starts looking out, he just starts, talking, kind of quietly calling out to things, just, hello? Is anything there? Hello? As I would like to, also just for funsies, I'd like to proc a premonition.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, I'm gonna kind of utilizing my more criminal knowledge, look for places that there might be like little secret spots in somebody's house that they might hide stuff.
I guess this will follow Ted.
Okay. So,
Let's see, that's going to be a resolve plus 2.
no, resolve plus aspects.
Uh-oh.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I'm probably going to spend willpower to reroll 2 of those dice.
Okay. And no need to worry, you cannot bestial failure this check.
Yeah, I just want it to actually, do decent. Let's see, I just need 2 dice to proc. So what? That's going to be Charisma Academics. Let's go.
I also just added a dice tray to the bottom of the...
Oh, that's so helpful.
I probably won't roll the vampire dice, though, but we already know it's 6 or
And they're-
higher. Or
Yeah,
10.
they're D10s, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a crit.
Okay, it rolled one of them at a +2.
Oh, yeah, no, you have to just click the die multiple times to add more die, not click the plus modifier.
I see. Okay, so that's 2 successes.
Okay. So you got 2 successes. You're talking around and suddenly you get this overwhelming sense of emptiness and slight sadness. The house begins to speak to you. Oh, where have you gone? My life's blood. My one and only. Why do you no longer fill my halls anymore?
He gives a sympathetic, a pat to the wall of the hallway as he passes through, giving it a supportive shoulder almost.
You're currently talking to the house.
Yeah. Your previous resident. How long have they been gone?
My life's blood has been gone for many months now. Weather creeps in through my open wounds, and vile parasites have picked clean from everything that we've built together.
A horrible fate, for sure. Undeserving for a house such as this. Did something happen to provoke this, or did they just not return?
A dear friend came and ripped him from me as if he was some kind of infestation, vicious and cruel. Pulled through my open wound, my beating heart.
Do you know who this friend was? We search for this person as we actually hope to enforce some form of justice and vengeance for what they did.
I don't know. All I know is that they were a close friend of my life's blood. One so similar you could hardly tell them apart. For a time, at least, I knew he was there, my heart beating faintly in the distance. But then it changed. I couldn't hear that sweet sound anymore.
Did your previous resident leave any secret information here? Any hidden locations where we could possibly track down who did this?
My life's blood treated me well, did not etch into my walls nor break my floors. He treated me as any good heart would, beating and filling me with life and love.
A rarity, sadly. And as he's like speaking to it, he's also searching around, like verifying. And I also like going through. I assume he's finding nothing. It's
Yeah,
more
as
like
you all are
looting
all
clean.
searching, unfortunately, the various looting that has occurred in this home over probably the last like half a year has left any signs of the initial crime barely visible. It seems like the individual in question was just doing their best to live their life, however much it had changed.
Also, must have sucked because being a gangrel, you also are like kind of a little bit more in tune with the wilds in nature, trying to live that life as much you can, but also just 24/7 a little anxious and like antsy, but you can't figure out why. Just because like you're still in like civilization.
Yeah,
That is
fortunately,
fucking rough, dude.
the area that you guys are living in is kind of like it's not like a very tight packed suburb. This very home has a kind of backyard that opens up into a light wooded area.
Something at least. Also, just because his sire immediately died.
Yeah, no, this individual was not given the best of starts, and something had happened that ended their unlife prematurely.
Yep.
Unfortunate. Looks like they weren't particularly. They didn't particularly have any sneaky spots in their house as well. I think they were relatively green to the whole situation.
They were quite respectful to the home.
Yeah.
And of which we will do everything in our power to bring this close friend responsible for this to heel. I can promise you that, as he like lays a hand on the wall.
Do we have an idea of who this close friend is?
Or what
Close.
they look like.
It said a close friend so similar you could hardly tell them apart.
Could this guy have a twin?
That's fair. Is there any family photos?
I to not lead you guys on an unnecessary wild goose chase. Imagine how a house would reference the difference between individuals. Do you think a house could really tell two people apart?
Very doubtful.
Yeah, not really.
Fair enough.
So base it more on two people who are different than other people who are yet still the same or similar to each other.
Very least another kindred.
Probably.
Like all that means. Right. Well, we know that a vampire did this.
I have a feeling that we already knew that, but
Yes.
that's besides the point, I suppose.
Then, unless the only other thing, damn, happened months ago, but a quick look on the outside, because this dude was taken, like yoinked out from the glass, like the back door, that sliding glass. I don't assume there's any possible trace of like the direction they were taken in.
It's unlikely, but you did get another piece of information. For a time, at least, the house knew that they were. They could feel its presence. The individual's presence.
The one who took him?
No, the presence of the one who was taken.
Like
Oh, okay.
they were kept somewhere for a bit.
So, in likelihood, not far from here.
Yeah. Which is where I'm like thinking there's a possibility that like there's a direction to take them from. Just then it's because it's been months. There's not like obvious tracks or anything.
Some other information that you will all know from Velvet's investigation. The process of making the leech, the gangrel in question would have had to have been at least alive for a part of the process. So when they were taken from this home, they were at the very least still alive. Which is actually somewhat difficult to take a kindred anywhere alive.
And there are no signs of a struggle, right?
Yes, there's
big,
tons.
The big sign of a struggle, the glass door that's broken through.
Oh, I assume people broke in and just stole the stuff.
It's also more the part that the fact that if there was like this whole element, either it was absolute such surprise, which to be fair, the quickest, easiest way of doing that is an absolute like really quick surprise stake to the heart. Because that'll just knock them out cold until you remove the stake. And then the other option is they're tough enough that they are able to just like overpower a possibly lower generation or a higher generational kindred, which is scary for us.
I wonder. I guess it would be hard to determine what were the first three attacks.
Like, just try to determine if they were, how close they were to this house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because then trying to, like, pinpoint.
Narrow down the field, as it were.
Yeah, I get you. At the very least, maybe the first one then, because who knows, maybe the first one is even nearby the feeding grounds that he used to go to.
I guess from my past in the criminal part of things, is there any place particularly nearby that would be a good place to store somebody who's alive?
No need to roll. There's not really. Most of Shoreline is predominantly a housing. It's a lot of suburban places, a lot of places for people who, work in Seattle, all that kind of stuff. It's there are some businesses and maybe even some possible warehouses, but a lot of those are still relatively new, speaking within the last 50 years or so. Nothing abandoned or anything. Whatever this place is probably a hidden location. I will say, the question shouldn't be where this person was taken, but how were they taken there without anyone noticing?
True, even with the shattered glass.
Ed, maybe you should talk to the fence or something outside in the yard to see if they saw anything.
Jesus.
I can't really choose what is alive and what's not.
Oh,
and also,
I'm sorry.
That's wood. That's one big corpse out there.
I'm sorry, I forgot how. He just looks super awkward.
It makes no obvious response to this.
Though the trees in the wooded area would give pretty good cover. Still the problem with the window, though. Though, I guess there are some of us who can hide the sounds we make.
You can make yourself silent. Is that a thing to make your area around you quiet?
Correct. And he kind of taps his cane, but no sound is made.
Which we do know they use blood sorcery of some kind to create them in the first place. Which that is blood sorcery. Which is, again, that's a Tremere.
Thanks. I don't know if they could do it through blood sorcery, but I haven't dabbled in all aspects of it, I suppose.
Oh, the quieting thing part? Oh. I thought that's what your thing was. Oh, that was ritual.
Oh, no. He can silence himself because of obfuscate.
Ah, yeah.
Well, we have a bit of a small lead, though they did take a kindred quietly in a relatively suburban area. We do know that they were at least dragged somewhere nearby as well.
Taken in the general area. And I guess the question was then, were they carried or just thrown in a van and drove off somewhere? That seems more realistic.
Kind of because the shattered window is in the backyard, right?
Yes.
Kind of like looking over the other neighbors' houses. Is there look like there would have been a neighbor with a possible good point of view of the backyard?
Or a camera, like, like those Ring doorbell cameras.
Ring doorbells,
Oh, yeah.
maybe. Most of the yards aren't super fenced back around, at least in this particular area. Maybe, but you also have to remember that this probably happened in the middle of the night somewhere. So if any individuals could have seen it, it's probably was too dark to make anything out.
And it doesn't appear the police have investigated the shattered window in the backyard either.
You
No.
honestly don't know.
I guess actually the one thing that Ted will quickly do, especially because I have heightened senses up, and it's I guess the one part that I'm most curious to narrow down. He's basically gonna check the backyard as like they're all looking at like the fences, seeing nearby cameras. Because realistically, if they're smashing in through the back, grabbing someone and running out, if they're then immediately running, like carrying someone out through the backyard into like the tree line, you're gonna leave glass like in the grass itself. So like maybe he can just catch like, oh, okay. Then there's like at least like a fragment of glass or two in the grass that like they ran off on foot, or realistically did they take like a car out of here?
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and make a wits awareness using your aspects.
Do you want me to help?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Hot damn.
I'm aware.
Looking at this and using your enhanced vision, it takes you little to no time at all. Your eye catches the faintest glint of moonlight on what appears to be some kind of shard. Looking at it closer, you do see the kind of not quite glass. Many glass doors are not actually fully glass. It's like a glass plastic kind of composite thing.
Yeah, so it doesn't like shatter and like leave shards everywhere.
Right.
It's meant to be safe.
You do find several specks of this leading out the back of the house, like into the woodline area.
Okay. He like is crouching down looking at this and then stands up. And then like as they're talking, just like quickly for his own curiosity, is at least like Google Maps and then seeing at least like within where they are through the tree line, is there any like notable warehouses just like across the forest, like within quick running distance? Or kindred
No.
running distance?
Unfortunately, most of the areas you're in is like suburban, maybe like a park, not even like a park, but like a woodland preserve area.
Okay, well, at the very least, they were taken off in that direction. Well, checking some of those neighbor cameras might be useless as they headed off in that direction. Like he points off into the trees.
Well, most people don't put ring doorbells on their back doors, so
Some people do. They have the ring cameras, like the porch lights.
I guess not super common. If anyone buys Ring, it's usually just like a front because it's a subscription thing typically.
I guess I don't know. I'm immediately flashing to the neighborhood I grew up in, where my entire neighbor had that. Granted, my entire neighborhood was rich military retirees, so they could just afford that.
I mean, this is kind of a middle class area. Another thing is a lot of people don't eat, like, this happened many, many months ago. Any ring information is probably overwritten at this point. Unless the individual
Or just
decided
didn't
to...
trigger. I have a Ring doorbell, and it's so finicky of, like, even someone coming up to my door and entering my home, and it just doesn't say anything.
So, unfortunately, too much time has passed. It was a good idea, for sure.
Yeah, the time frame, though.
Something that probably could have been used even earlier in this adventure, honestly. But that being the case, let's go ahead and turn back the clock a little bit.
Great song.
To our individuals going to... Are you guys going to the same contact that you came across before?
I guess so, because he's the guy we know that they bought stuff from, right?
Yes.
And yeah, probably him.
Okay. So, there's not like a black market area, not in this current day and age.
Yeah.
But you do know, the individual kind of lives in a apartment building that's kind of it's in downtown, not a very nice part of downtown, but in downtown. And when you kind of went and visited him before, uh it's a very shady thing. Like it's kind of like an alleyway doorway that goes into this building, and you go up a couple floors and you go and you knock on the individual's door, and when you open it, you see like their kind of general living space, but then behind like a curtain that leads off into another room, you see that they've just like bought out the other apartments, and that's just full of all kinds of stuff. So, after being there last time, you come up and knock on the door again, and the individual comes out and he looks you all over. He recognizes some of you, and he kind of like licks his teeth a little bit, and he was like, "I'm not gonna like this visit, am I?"
I suppose that would depend on how cooperative you are. I don't like making trouble.
I don't like getting in trouble.
I don't plan on making any trouble. At least not this visit.
All right. He opens the door and invites you all in. You can tell that the individual in question is somewhat tense. A bunch of kindred just walked into their house and they are mortal. And so he turns and he looks at you all and he's like, "All right. So, what can I do for you all today?" His eyes darting between the three of you.
This guy already knows who we're investigating, right?
Yeah, Velvet, I believe, came by last time asking about the, who bought the parts before.
Yeah, so I like go around and sort of like while just looking around at the things he owns and sort of the furniture and whatnot, like running my hands across things, I say, I'm sure you're quite aware that this is a bit of a dangerous business you're getting into.
been in for several decades now. And I know that's not a lot to you all, but it's a long time for a mortal to live in this kind of situation.
Of course, and it's very impressive that you've managed to last that long. However, you are in a very dangerous situation. I know that sounds like a threat, but it's not. The current danger you're in, I fear, is not due to us being here. Well, in a roundabout way, it is. I'm sure you know who you've sold to recently. And I'm not sure if you're aware what that person did with what you sold them. But currently, the person you sold to is now in a bit of a precarious situation themselves.
Alright, I'm gonna stop you there, Chief, alright? You know what this place is. Nothing I do here is particularly legal by any standards. But I have a number of favors in my pocket, and as well, I've been doing this a long time. Whatever you're implying, whatever crime or whatever your Camarilla is associating with this, they can bite my ass.
I think you're not getting what I'm saying. The Camarilla isn't your problem. This customer of yours clearly doesn't have the Camarilla in their view here. They're not taking heed of the Camarilla, assumingly because they think they won't be caught. However, we are on their trail, and if they're aware that we're on their trail, as a lot of people currently are, it's not too hard for them to see that us visiting the person who sold them all of their materials is a very weak spot in the chain of their hidden identity. You can withhold this information all you want, but it's only going to make them more wary the more times we visit you. I'm worried about what they might do with their alchemical creations if that wariness gets to them and they finally snap.
And like I said, I've been doing this a long time. But like any good business meeting, why don't we introduce ourselves? My name is James Campbell. What's your name?
I look over to the others and I sort of get a gist of what they're thinking here of whether we should give out our names here.
Velvet has mentioned on the way there. Velvet's mentioned she already has a fake name for herself picked out in case.
Okay. I don't think I can have a fake name. Then I'll just look back and I say, I'm sure you are aware of my identity already if you're at all present in your city's politics.
No, I don't know who you are.
It's a real shame. You should get out there and vote more.
What? You like the mayor or something?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay, this makes it easy. He opens up his phone and types it in. Nods.
Alright, maybe I could have had a fake name.
Aliester Morgan, I revoke your privilege to be here. You feel your body suddenly shunted by some supernatural force out the front door.
Like I'm teleported out, or I'm physically moved from where I am.
You are by a force beyond your means launched through the front door.
Damn.
I expected something along the lines of this.
He looks at the remaining two in the room. He looks at you, Velva, who was here before. That's why you don't fuck with me. So it seems like you guys are here for that information. And I'm going to tell you, I've lived as long as I have in this place because I do not give out information on my clients, even on threat of death or on death.
Well then, since you are a businessman, would you be willing to trade?
Not for my clients' information.
Alright. And he's seeming more agitated.
Oh yeah, you guys came in and Aliester came in talking some big game earlier, so it's not gone well so far.
She would like to try to subtly use obey to calm him down a bit. Like, please, can we at least talk this through so you can listen to the full reason we're here before we're denied access again? And she like subtly sneaks in obey at a calm.
Okay. Go ahead and post it. All right, go ahead and make your rouse check. All right. Go ahead and make a composure aspects. The difficulty is 5 rather than 2.
That's fair. I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
No, I was supposed to only roll 2, but...
Yeah, reroll that again. Okay. 2 successes.
Damn.
For a grand total of 5. Okay.
Yes.
Good, because he has wards against the use of powers in this place.
I mean, that's fair given what he deals in.
Yeah, that's true. 5 was the ward level though, which you did beat. Let's see. Okay. You do so. You feel some kind of pushback, but forcing your way through it, the effect goes off unhindered, and he seems to like relax a bit.
So the reason for our visit is because of a problem one of your clients has caused.
I told you already. I don't care what anyone does with my product.
Look, may I please finish my story at least so you can understand the full thing? I'm starting this off because they are the start of where our problems started, and the reason it led us to you.
Alright, but I'm telling you, if they blew up an orphanage, I still wouldn't care.
No, they are potentially creating a threat that could bleed over and start hunting anyone in the city.
And?
The problem is, not even their dealer could be exempt from that, and I worry for your safety if that's the case. You do good, and you provide a great service for many of us. It's very useful, and we appreciate you for it. We don't need all of the information, even if it's just a clue. We just want to make sure they don't create something that could wreck all of your business. Because as of what they've done with their creation now, has killed off at least more than 100 potential clients of yours that could have come to you. And the only reason it stopped now is because we were lucky enough to stop it. But they could attempt it again.
Go ahead and make a manipulation persuasion. The difficulty is 5.
If I go over and invite the mayor back in, can he then come back in?
No, it's not our house.
Well, that's not necessarily how that works. Anyone invited in can invite other people in. But when he tries to, he's stopped by a force field. So
I don't try because my privilege was revoked. I heard what he said. I'm not gonna be a fool and try to get back in.
I don't have enough dice that I could do that anyway.
look. I apprentice under a guy who'd seen some shit when it comes to stuff like this, and I'll tell you, nothing ever gets that out of hand. Someone always steps in. Whether it's your Camarilla or them pesky mages. Many mages of whom I've actually gone a fair amount of clout with. If something happens, I'm sure it will be fine. And, it's not like I have a ton of clients. I only need a few to line my pockets, you know what I mean?
Is there anything I could roll to try to figure out a way through this landmine of a conversation?
Sure. Go ahead and make a intelligence persuasion. All right. You think of a variety of arguments you could make to the individual. He did seem to at least listen to your idea that maybe this could cost him a lot of clients and ruin his business. But you know for a fact that this person's reputation is their lifeblood. A loss of reputation isn't only just something that possibly can lead to someone not choosing to work with them, but also could increase this individual's chance of being double-crossed. Unfortunately, you either have to offer up a stake that this individual actually cares about, like a particularly big contract that they might have, that'd be very hard information to find. Or you probably aren't going to be able to get anything out of this individual, honestly. He's paranoid. He's very wary of y'all. Even though they're calmed down at the moment, he's got a lot of willpower. More willpower than you see in most mortals. Honestly, you're probably better off trying to break into this individual's house and looking for any logs or anything like that.
Okay. Well, then my apologies for taking up your time.
I appreciate your concern. Next time, bring me something that's gonna get me some money or more business. I won't be seeing y'all unless you do.
I might have some things I might need to sell. So maybe I'll be back soon.
I can't wait. And gives you a smarmy smile.
She just walks out, tries to be as walking as calmly as possible.
I turn around to see you guys coming out, and I go, "How'd it go?"
Just grabs your sleeve and just drags you along. Until we're out of earshot and go, that did not work.
Well, I was gonna offer him some big stuff.
Maybe we should have entered with a bit more compassion instead of acting like we could crush him under our heel.
I didn't act like that. He's
That is
very
the
touchy.
gave off.
Just because I don't particularly respect him doesn't mean he should kick me out.
Unfortunately, you did not give me a chance to calm him down before he kicked you out.
It's also kind of funny just watching you just be pushed like you
I
were
don't think
going
I've ever
across
seen you be
ice.
thrown that fast out of a house.
I feel like we should show that to the group.
What?
Just like have Ted revoke your permission to be in his house while you're inside of it. That'd be really
That's
funny
not
to show to everyone.
Do you not understand what happened?
No.
He set up magic.
Oh.
Do you think anyone could just tell me to not be in their house and I would fly out?
I mean, you do
Listen.
have to be invited into the house to begin with.
Yes, and then I'm in the house and I'm free.
It's not a far leap. I'm not smart. I hit things. What do you want from me?
Why don't we discuss this in the car? Making sure
Alright.
well out of earshot he could potentially be hearing.
I don't care if he hears me.
Once in the car, Phil goes, we're gonna need Ted for this one.
I smiled and am very happy about where this seems to be going.
That's gonna be the only way we can get access to that name and those records. I was gonna say you probably could have gotten there if we had started out with a mesmerize, but given the pushback I got just from calming him down, it would have been a fight. He's possibly prepped against dealing with our kindred of our nature of any kind.
I wasn't expecting much of our abilities to have strong effects on him and going into it.
Oh, and he also said next time we show up, we are to be doing business.
Well, last time I checked, I don't particularly care about the opinions of mortals.
Yeah, but this mortal supplies a lot of the Tremere with their stuff.
And also mages.
Mm-hmm. So he's got connections. To stuff like that, well, we're already on the Tremere's bad side. I'm sure we can just nick that down a bit more. But we don't want to piss off the mages, because who knows what they can do with that.
I'm excited to come back with our good friend Aramastis.
All right. So, are y'all reconvening?
Yep.
Yes.
What about Team A?
Yeah, at that point,
Yeah.
we're just head on back.
Okay. Oops. All right. So, you all meet back. It's getting early, and you give information to each other based on your investigations.
So, of possible leads, now we have the feeding grounds, which, for all we know, could help narrow down possibly even more where he was contained when this ritual was taking place and this dealer's home.
Pretty much. Did we want to at least try the records first and leave the feeding ground as our last option?
I think the records would be quicker, yes.
Guess that'd be our first next thing to do. Though probably not anytime soon, since we went asking for the information. If he suddenly finds someone going through his stuff, he'll know it was us.
How long should we wait?
It's hard to tell. He's used to dealing with kindred.
Should also be aware that it's very likely that the longer you take, the longer time he has to get rid of the records in question. Especially since people are looking for them.
Not even that, just the fact that going into this home is probably also completely trapped. He has wards set up to specifically protect against anything we can do. So what's saying his home is anything different?
It does seem like it would be a very dangerous endeavor. And he doesn't seem like the kind to be worried about people actually stealing his things.
Is there any way we can break these wards, or I don't know how that stuff works, but
Well, if it's magic-based wards, I don't think kindred can do anything about it unless we have magic ourselves, right?
No, you can actually use occult. Use occults and dex rather than larceny.
I'm not good with that. I can pick a lock. I can't break a rune.
I've got 5 in occult dex.
That fixes it.
I just have no stealth.
I have 7 in a larceny dex.
I can be there for people support. I don't think I could even get in at this point unless you guys disable at function.
Yeah, and the problem is knowing where the wards are placed.
Would the records be in the same place? Or would it be
Well, there
in
was.
Link's home?
Did he seem to have an office where he had like paperwork and stuff? Or was it just the room we met in and then the apartment off to the side that most likely had all of his goods?
You don't know. You haven't really fully explored. It wasn't an obvious office. The first part you went into looked like just any apartment, cozy, somewhat humble. The dealer side apartment, though, looks pretty like if I'm saying how many figures this guy makes a year, he probably makes in the realm of like 6-7 figures a year. This is a level 3 contact that probably works with wealth 4 individuals regularly or more.
Oof.
I'm guaranteed. He had wards in the apartment we went in.
It
The
seems to be
wards
all
were
one thing. He doesn't seem to have
Okay.
any other place.
Oh, the train of mindset was like there was a set of wards for like one apartment, and then if you go to the other, it might be a different set of wards. That was a train of thought I had.
Probably not. This individual probably has warded everything. I mean, like, why ward 2 places when you can ward one bigger place? You know? Kind of mentality. And he lives there. So that's also a problem. He's likely to be there more often than not. And if he is going anywhere, it's probably during daytime hours.
Yeah.
This is an individual that doesn't have to only deal with kindred, but also mages who might want to get into his stuff as well. So
Mages are more annoying because they can just kind of do whatever.
that's why he's pulled some favors to get his place secured.
You mentioned that this apartment was kind of off. What were the other apartments in that building looking like? Like they were occupied for the most part, or
You didn't really check, but you would assume so. It's a very non-conspicuous operation. It's the kind of individual that you would only find if you knew the right people. As is most black market dealing.
well, I might. If we try to keep him distracted, I could probably try to deal with him. As I might have something of value to trade with him.
Well, we do need you to counteract any possible things. If anything, I'm wondering if there's we could probably give it a little time, as there is for sure the idea that if we go right after all of this, he could get a little aggressive, and then any stalling attempts or anything else might be a little much harder. Maybe he could destroy any records. I'm not completely. I'm worried about that, but I'm not convinced he's going to get out and do that right now. Because if he was going to do that, he would have done it the moment you left.
Mm-hmm. Those records are a bit too valuable for him.
And if anything, with the time that we have tonight, maybe we could always just get our other lead, the feeding ground, see if we can find anything else. I'd rather not cross someone who's pulled some pretty big strings if we don't have to. Leave it to the point where that is our last possible situation to break in and steal something like that.
All right, let's go check out those hunting grounds.
Alright, well, you don't have a bunch of time, because it's getting quite early in the morning.
Do you want to do this tomorrow?
It
Yeah.
seems like it would be best.
I guess,
Yeah.
if there is enough time, are we able to, at the very least, figure out where the first murder happened? Like, at least the location of it?
Well, you did initially. Well, the hard part about that is you know of the first kindred report,
Yeah.
but not the first.
Body found, or where they were.
Well, no. Well, you know where the first kindred went missing, but you guys also have determined pretty early on that they went up against a lot of the thin bloods, probably before hitting actual full kindred.
Yeah. And was that in that same, like, general area? Like
You did,
the-
yeah. In that general area, you did find some like you went before. There was a bunch of clothes that was just kind of randomly found in places, and that area had some of the bigger amounts of clothes.
Yeah, and was that wasn't in the near, like, general areas, like shoreline where his house was it?
Not like immediately in that vicinity, no.
All right, we'll have to do that. We have war night.
All right, you guys have some time to do any hunting if y'all need to.
I probably should.
I'm worried that I'm gonna fail my round, so yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Augustus.
Who are you hunting today, Augustus?
My favorite and most trustworthy member of the group.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm being sarcastic. It's Alistair.
There's nothing sarcastic about that.
Aliaster. Only I'm allowed to say it wrong.
You're welcome for getting the coterie to only needed a 2, Ted.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm trying to get better abilities to help.
I just I'm normally very good at it. I'm normally quite good. Just rolled kind of meh.
Oh, if you succeed, you can get up to 2 hunger back. So.
Yep, just can't go down to 0.
Unless
Alright.
I have not bestial failure. I haven't murdered anyone.
I'm not saying
It'd
that's
actually
issue.
technically be a brutal critical. That would get you a
That's
lot.
right.
So,
Bestial failure will get me caught.
yeah. So, Augustus has to make a check to do it at all.
Yeah, and I think it's at difficulty 5.
Did it go back down to 5? I think it was still 6.
It was still
Oh,
6
oops.
last time.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It's getting close because we took multiple weeks.
We're about halfway through. I think we talked about this last time.
Yeah.
We're about 2 weeks in, so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I rolled anything.
That's
Terrible.
Yo.
All right.
Guess who's resetting the time?
Time for me to that's not the right page. I want to mesmerize to feed on me.
okay. First, though, because of the before you do that, so hold on to that failed rouse. Because it's a bestial failure, Augustus, you're thinking about doing it, but this time the command from your sire rings particularly powerfully in your head. So much so that when you see Eliester getting ready to do the thing before, you have a somewhat primal response. So that being the case, you guys need to make contested initiatives before before Augustus flees the scene.
Oh no.
Kill him. Kill him.
What's an initiative? What is it?
All right, so it's normally, I believe it's like normally a dexterity awareness for initiatives.
Oh no.
I think we've done.
Isn't
this
it usually
before.
awareness wits?
I thought it was Dex Wits. I thought it was 2 attributes.
Oh, it might be dex wits. Yeah, you know what?
I
We'll
don't
make
know.
it.
We don't fight often.
We'll make it dex wits for Augustus, and we'll make it manipulation wits for Eliester.
Nice. Whew.
Okay.
As
sweet.
you're attempting to use your mesmerize rather than do anything physical.
I was about to make the case. Can I get a bonus for being prepared for this? Because I've had to use
No.
this every single time
Because
so
he's
far.
also equally prepared to leave because you've had to do this every single time.
I suppose.
Very true.
Yeah!
Yes.
What happens if you bestial fail an initiative?
I think you can.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're about to find out. So, Eliester, you get your thing off. You lose your hunger, which already happened, so we don't need to worry. Go ahead and make your manipulation dominates with a difficulty of 6, right? That's what we had it before, beating the compulsion.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah.
And here comes that good old willpower.
You need 2 successes. 3.
I did it.
Okay. All right. So he's about to leave. You say, "Feed on me." So Augustus, make a frenzy check for me, please.
Yeah, here it comes.
Kill him. Kill him. Kill.
It was only a matter of time.
Oh boy.
I think 1 success is all you need for frenzy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think so.
I think it's a DC determined by the DM, but let me double check. If that's the case, that's definitely not going to be enough.
Oh no.
I guess it's got willpower.
True. I mean, this is exactly what willpower is for. Willpower predominantly in the system is used to prevent going complete monster in the game.
It's used to
Okay.
not kill your friends.
It'd be funny if you did it though.
It would be funny.
Do I just, sorry, I don't mean to say stupid questions, but do I just click on willpower or do I do something else?
For
You would
what?
click the closest left empty box. Whichever empty box is most left. And it should have 1 line going through it when you do.
Okay. I did that.
Okay.
And then you roll 3 dice.
Yeah, but I guess
We also
first
don't
we
even
should
know
see if it succeeds.
Yes.
Or do you decide to use willpower before knowing?
Well, frenzy checks are something you all should know in general. So, why am I having a hard time finding the index? I hate this. I hate how this book is set up.
It's so bad.
Frenzy 219. Let's see. Yep, it is set by the storyteller based on the level of provocation. So I'll let you decide how much or what you think the target number is. I know the target number, but I'll let you decide whether you want to spend willpower or not.
I think it's not 1.
Yeah, it's definitely not 1.
Really? You sure? So you want to
Maybe
spend
he's being
willpower
nice.
to re-roll
Yes, I
3
do.
dice.
Would it be okay if, like, I have 3 dots in Brawl, and if I just do Brawl and something else I'm not skilled at all, will that work?
You can just hit the D10 at the bottom 3 times. In the
Hit the
dice tray.
dice, not the plus number. The plus number will add a modifier. I tried that, it didn't work.
Okay, I would have done that, thank you.
And just hit it 3 times and it'll have 3 dice queued up. As
Nice.
2 successes.
It's a 3.
So that's
All
3,
right.
if you think that's enough.
So now the question is, how important is my life to you? Is it worth 2 willpower?
Yeah, I guess this doesn't want to kill anybody in the group, so...
That's good, because bad things happen if you do that.
Yeah.
Okay, another 3.
Okay. Spend their point of willpower. Hey, that's a
One
crit.
more. Oh yeah, and then you got
3 more.
full crit. Nice. That's
Yeah.
probably plenty. So you
Yeah,
use 2
I'm good.
willpower. And when you did that, you just marked a second box and didn't mark the same box, right?
Yeah, I marked the second box.
Okay.
Yeah, because if it has an X through it, it's aggravated. So.
Okay.
Alrighty. You feed while resisting the urge to rip Aliester's throat out. Congrats, you can reduce your hunger by 2.
Yay.
Aliester, you get 2 hunger.
Nice. On top of the 1 I got for a failed frenzy. Or whatever, rouse.
I mean, you're at 4 hunger?
Nope. I was at 0 before because I murdered a person.
Oh,
Yeah.
And now, is it a new week? Has my herd refreshed?
It has, yes.
Okay. I'm going to use 3 of my herd then.
Okay.
Oh no, I guess 2 of my herd because I can't go down to 0.
That's fair.
So I have 2 left for this week. If you want to feed again, Augustus, that will cover it.
I'm good for now. You can take a break.
Much appreciated.
We just have to do this for 6 months.
I'll survive. I'll survive every feeding for 6 months.
And Kane has to not become suspicious.
Kane?
That's Augustus's sire.
Huh.
Not CAI and
Not
Kane.
that pain.
No. See, I knew that. I was just getting Gehenna flashbacks. Smell Kane.
Oh, I see. Here's Kane. Woo!
It's the fact, in my head, my antediluvian is sitting there, and here's Kane, and all I hear is screaming.
Anyway.
I think once Kane becomes suspicious, I'll just eat him. I'll be strong enough. Definitely.
Definitely.
Months.
It's what definitely won't happen is Kane won't willingly give you his blood, and then you'll drink it, and then die horribly.
Never.
Which, by the way, is actually one of the events of Gehenna that's foretold is anyone who partakes in Diablerie will be forced to partake of his vitae and then die.
Well, I'll die eventually then.
You sound like a Kane enabler.
All right. Well, we are past the 2-hour mark, so do we all want to take a 10-15-minute break?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. We'll be back probably close to 6:40-ish. give or take. So, with that, we'll be right back. All right, we're live. So, that's night in your sleepless state of undeath. Ted, you get a vision.
Oh,
Your vision is a blur of trees, as if you were being thrown through a forest. Again, coming up to that well that you saw before. Its edges begin to blur, though. It becomes dyed in a rusty color, and it changes shape, becoming bigger. Suddenly, your perspective is taken in through the mouth as you go down a dark tunnel. Dark even for a kindred. And suddenly you're face to face with a strange image. It's very contrasted. Bright reds and deep darks as what appears to be a flayed open corpse in a dark room. Hooks on its arms and legs, splaying it out in the center of a room before you awake. And rouse checks.
damn.
Sorry, what was that whole description for?
I had a vision.
Oh.
Damn, it left me hungry. That's what that left me as.
Augustus, you just fed.
I know.
Let's go, Velvet. You and I, we got this.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, we're not being fed on consistently.
Could. He could just bring one of us over and have the mayor be like, hey, feed on them.
No, thank
Actually,
you.
I don't know. I don't know if we're aware that Augustus has been feeding on him. I think Vel would be more like, I haven't had Augustus ask if he's hungry, or mention he's hungry lately. I hope he's okay.
I have definitely not told anyone.
Yeah, I was just saying that out of character.
Yeah, I mean, we could. The question
You
is,
know
do
why I
we-
wouldn't want that.
Uh-huh.
I need to nurture the sense of reliance on me in particular and not the group as a whole.
Uh,
Yeah, but you can't cultivate that illusion if you're doing it constantly by yourself. You've got to give the illusion there's community.
Yes, there's community. Augustus has the option to pick anybody. It comes to me. Because I'm the best choice.
Totally
The
has
most
nothing to do with
reliable.
someone's abilities.
No. I'm just the most reliable. Look, he's fed on me so many times and I haven't died yet.
By sheer luck.
Sheer luck. Do you know how much willpower I've spent for this?
Sounds like a problem.
Aaron needs to go on a vacation.
I do need to go on a vacation. I need to get my willpower back.
All right. So, what do y'all do?
I'm assuming we're meeting up at the hunting grounds.
Yep. Was the idea.
Velvet hops on the bus, but if she hears Augustus listening to his music, she like sits on the opposite side of the bus.
you're hearing outshined by. Why did I forget the band's name immediately? Fuck.
Metallica.
No, this is a different band.
Fake fan, honestly.
I guess it's diverse in his music taste a little bit.
Oh,
Sound
He
you're
just
a
like,
big fan.
I can't believe you. But his favorite is Metallica overall. But he does listen to other things. It's by Soundgarden.
She waves at you, just sits on the opposite side of the bus. She's like leaning against the window. The further she can get her ears away from it, the better. Because it's loud to her.
I think he notices this and then just turns it down immediately.
She gives you a thumbs up.
Sorry, Velvet. I always forget.
You're fine. Go back to what you were doing.
Okay.
Pulls out a set of earplugs. Now I wonder who would arrive first. I'm assuming it's whoever has a car.
Yeah, car boys.
All right, let's make our drive rolls.
Yes.
We could beat traffic.
Willenbury has a drive specialty.
I was kidding. Michelangelo's an old person.
Immediately crashes the car. Drives off the freeway.
Or insinuating how slow they are, but
Oh.
I guess you could mock Michelangelo's driving.
Well, I don't know. He could be those old people that drive really fast and crazy or really slow.
You know Michelangelo can hit that drift.
I mean, the 2 times I've almost gotten hit in life was both by old people, so
Yeah.
I've only almost gotten hit by particularly young people in fancy cars.
maybe you're the old person causing the problems.
Closest I came was when my dad tried to pretend he was going to hit me with a car.
Anyway, I'd say Velvet Roy arrived third.
So you all eventually get there. The hunting grounds in question seems to be seems to be like a speckling of neighborhoods and a little bit of like the market area in Shoreline. It's not really a very close area, seems to be somewhat spread out. But it's a pretty sizable area.
Thought my internet gave up for a second.
All right.
Groups of 2?
Yeah, just see if we can find any signs of kindred activity. Old signs, most likely. Especially gangrel, because if you can find any, I guess, old animal remains.
This is a heck of a hunting ground. At least the other gangrel hunting ground, there was more trees.
This might be a particularly fruitless endeavor given the timetables, unless they were eating here while they were transformed.
It's likely, but can't overlook something if there's any evidence sitting here.
We can at least try.
Alrighty. Who wants to pair up?
Who needs muscle?
Velvet, obviously. Aliester, maybe, if he's bringing Willenbury or not.
I always have Will and Bree.
I'll go with you if you want.
Okay.
I'll take Ted.
Just like last time. I won't get lost this time.
And I am left with Michelangelo.
Very well.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So, what are y'all doing? What are y'all looking for?
Velvet's looking for evidence, but she's trying to put herself in the mind space of where would she go if she were a gangrel to go hunting in this area, to try and find a mental path in a sense similar to them, to figure out a good path to go hunting in a sense.
Well, you're oh, okay, just so trying to retrace their hunting ground, like hunting pattern anyway.
Yeah, trying to figure out what their hunting pattern could have been, figure out, walk that path.
That's sort of along the lines of what I was thinking too, because I wanted to try to use my either psychology or parapsychology specialties.
Oh, well, okay, so rather, what are you looking for? What is the thing that you're all looking for?
Traces of them that we could track down, so we might have leads and alternatives that aren't purely breaking into that guy's house.
Well, I mean, you know where this individual was last found, probably, and generally where they were taken,
Like
or
to
direction
where they
anyway.
returned?
Sorry, what's up?
Like to where they were turned?
Well, you know that he was taken from his home out into his back wood area. Other than
And
that,
that it's-
not really.
In that it's relatively close to the house.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I got the impression that like that lead was dead.
My apologies if I didn't describe it well enough.
No, I thought like no, and at some point then that'd be a good thing to follow down, see if I can if there's any other method of retracing the steps there.
But as we're looking through these hunting grounds, like I'm curious as to what you guys are finding, because you guys could all pretty easily, because that's kind of already what Velvet did, find the individuals whom he hunted. So, and you guys know where he was taken from, so it wasn't while he was out hunting. So I'm just curious what you guys are doing here specifically. What goal?
I'm just trying to find anything, like any lead, checking off the checklist of places we knew, things we knew he was at, to see if there's like anything.
I mean, I guess, yeah. It just, I don't know. I don't know what you would expect to find, rather.
Do we want to just call this possibly a dead end and go back to the house and try to figure out where they could have taken him from there?
Yeah, if we could just try to retrace the steps of where he was dragged. Sounds like a good spot there.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Well, like I said, last time you looked, there wasn't really much for like tracks or anything you could find, but you do know that he was taken through the backwood area somewhere. This facility is probably a hidden facility, thanks to Michelangelo. And the house felt, though he was distant, could still feel his presence.
Once we're back at the house, Velvet's gonna do Sense the Unseen.
Okay. Nothing comes up as of right now.
Nope, but she's doing it now because then she can keep it up until we get into the forest and stuff.
Sure.
All right.
Keep up heightened senses as well.
Okay.
Now, if I was dragging someone off, what would be a good path to take?
We can fan out a little bit, maybe cover some ground, at least within earshot.
Mm-hmm.
Be something hidden, maybe there's a entrance hidden that goes underground.
Hmm.
Like in his head, he's purely thinking like spiritually, metaphorically a well.
On the list of ingredients that were used to make this creature, this was specifically all kindred-based blood. There was no human blood mixed in whatsoever that Velvet could discern.
Mostly. I mean, it hunted kindred who had recently fed. So.
Oh no, she meant in the creation of the golem.
Oh. Yeah, no, its initial creation, I mean, wasn't even really using blood as much as just various alchemical components. Probably some potents from kindred, but the core structure was mostly just using a body and then a bunch of, occultic alchemical things.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if you're all going to just look through the woods, then go ahead and, I mean, I'll leave it all up to y'all. It's going to be a wits investigation, unless you guys are doing some particular methodology on your hunt. Auspex, or people who are using the heightened senses, can use their auspex. You guys can decide to do it individually or help individuals, but if you're helping someone, you have to be working together. I will say, if you're all kind of fanning out, the DC will be reduced.
Okay.
It's a wits awareness.
Wits investigation.
Wits.
I have great news. Those are both my highest stats.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're great at finding clues.
That's
They're
great.
not
That's
my highest.
I have nothing in investigation and 2 wits. I
Aw.
can't even help anyone.
Well, this is kind of like, I mean, this is exactly like a kidnapping. Could one utilize maybe larceny or subterfuge on how somebody would, what would be the best route for somebody to quietly drag somebody somewhere?
In fact, no one heard.
I will allow this to be, I would allow intelligent stealth.
Sure thing.
Can only
think I'm
Michelangelo roll that, or can other people roll that?
I mean, if you're using the same methodology, sure.
Holy
I
shit!
think I want to help Ted, yeah, because I don't have very good wits or investigation, but I don't have any stealth, so I can only help Ted. Unless someone else also has good wits investigation.
Only because I wish to flex, I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
I don't
If
think he
you
needs
guys are
your help.
working together, I'm reducing the DC currently by 2. It's
Wow.
based on the number of groups spaced out. So if everyone's spread out, your DC is reduced by 2. If it's like 3 parties, give or take, the DC is reduced by 1.
Alright, I guess I could go on my own and reduce it by 2.
I think just having a spread out is honestly probably the best bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so good at this, guys.
What was the Auspex one? You said if we were using supernatural senses?
If you're using
just
heightened senses.
You added, it's added as a modifier for heightened senses. You add your Auspex to any perception-based roll that you make.
Oh,
Though, if anything that, like, sudden change to your senses happens, you will take willpower damage, by the way.
yeah.
So don't
I'm
wander
like-
into traffic.
It's the same deal as, like, if you have night vision glasses, night vision goggles, and someone turns the lights on in the room you're in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So would Sense the Unseen be counted in this then? Because it says it's an optional for at the storyteller's discretion. I could also sense dormant blood sorcery spells and rituals.
Oh. That being the case, then, you know what? I do think that will help. Yeah, go ahead and add your aspects.
Okay. And this was intelligence investigation.
Wits investigation.
What's investigation? Okay. And I just add it to the modifier, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you're each kind of exploring out into the woods, and like, how far are you guys just doing the immediate wood areas? Like I said before, there's also like a wildlife preserve ish area nearby as well. Like, how far are you guys going out?
I would say at least as far as the edge of the wildlife preserve.
And
For
where everyone can hear us if something bad happens. But, you know.
Okay.
This is like our. This is a pretty hefty, like, search, but we gotta cover a decent amount of ground because if we can find something up here, then.
Okay. Time has been adjusted accordingly. So as you're all kind of going out, we go to Ted. As you're going out, something catches your interest. You see what appears to be like a rusty sheet metal ring. And as you approach it, you get closer, it looks like a storm drain or something like that. A big cement like cylinder that's been barred off at the top, and the sheet around it seems to be probably to prevent animals from getting into it or what have you.
Interesting. Looking around it, does it look like it's been opened recently, like disturbed dirt around it or anything like that?
Let's see. Oh, good. All right. So here's like a a rough. Oh. I see. Okay. Ugh. Can I like lock this? I can lock it. So this is kind of what you're seeing from a top down perspective. Like this is
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Looks
Rain is
exactly
fine.
like our. I'm just kidding.
this is the rusty like metal sheet surrounding, and there's like
Yeah.
a cement almost looks like a well.
Well,
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 well.
well. It does in that case, does like trying to look around it, feeling the concrete, trying to deduce it with my specialty, feeling if like any of the concrete is like rubbed away and come off as like it's been opened or pulled off or anything. Just trying
With
to
your
see if,
prior investigation, you don't even need to make an extra roll. You can see that the part with the bars seems to be like a large like slab almost that with a significant amount of effort could be lifted off of this to allow access into its interior.
he's gonna get up, like look around and try to call out to his friends who hopefully have stayed within earshot.
They'll would immediately come over.
Same with Augustus.
All right, you all come over and you see this this storm grate in the middle of the wooded area, probably used to prevent any flooding in the area.
I think this is something.
Yeah, it looks promising.
Looking around,
Yes.
there's not like any broken branches or any indication that someone came through here.
Let's see. Looking around, this place does seem to get some traffic. Both human and animal.
Ooh.
Well, it's a start. If there's nothing down here, we can just come back.
Exactly. I also keep having visions of wells. And like he indicates down if you stretch that a bit.
Actually, looking in, is there any ladders going down it?
No.
I do not have rope.
I think we'll be fine.
Alrighty.
We can just climb down it. You can just climb down it.
I am not as athletic as you are.
I can help you if you want.
You can see down. It's like maybe a 10-foot drop down.
Okay.
Like
It's not even
none.
bad.
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah.
Like that's like a standing vertical leap and like up back up too.
It's like 5 points of falling damage. We're fine.
Does this grate look like it's gonna easy to take off by one kindred, or is this like a team up thing to move it?
Judging it, you guys will need to make a strength athletics with a difficulty 5.
Ooh.
All right, who wants to lead it?
What's your strength athletics, Augustus?
4 and 4.
So 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Jesus.
you can lead. I will assist you.
I'll also assist.
Willenbury will assist.
So that's 3.
All right, so you'll add a modifier of 3.
Sweet. Let's do this.
Jesus Christ.
He just
Oh
ripped this
God.
thing off.
It just flies off.
Just Augustus, like, I got this, and then just one-handed, like, lifts above his head.
Yeah. So the top of this storm grate, which I would probably wager is about 150 pounds, is lifted and chucked like a bag of flour off to the side with a much louder thump.
All right. We going in?
Do we want to send in a fighter first, just in case?
I jump in halfway through her sentence.
That answers the question.
All right, you land. There's a squishy noise as there's some leaves and mud kind of at the bottom. Inside, you see a long cement tunnel, similar to like a sewer. It's not particularly that tall, but it is about 5 feet in height.
That's
I
gonna
con-
be killer on the back.
I convey this information. And then move out of the way of the hole. Does it go in both or two directions, or is it just like this is the end of a tunnel?
It goes in 2 directions.
Okay. Well, I still get out of the way for the next person.
Augustus drops down next.
Okay.
Then the bad guy comes up behind us and wipes us all because you guys aren't with us.
No!
I mean, I guess this can just leap out of there.
So can I.
Now, if he closes the hole again,
How are they gonna do that? It's over there.
Yeah, with what grade?
he brought his own from home.
Oh
Zelda
no.
jumps in next.
I
just
brought
for
extra.
this.
I was gonna use it as a cool melee weapon, but you got rid of my grade.
Michelangelo will go next.
I'm hearing some squishy sounds down there. How deep is that mud?
It's not that deep. It barely covers the bottom of your shoes.
It's up to my waist.
Surface level.
I was turning around to leave, and I hear Michelangelo, and I turn back, and I go, all right, I'm willing to risk that. Is there like a ladder or anything?
No,
It's just a hole?
just a hole.
Do you need me to catch you, Mr. Mayor?
Do you trust her to catch you?
No. No, I don't.
Aw.
I look down to make sure there's no one under me, and then slowly, like, lower myself down.
I will
Kinda.
mention, you are a kindred and you're very durable.
Yeah, I just don't want to get dirty, is the problem. I'm trying to avoid
You will get
mud and
more
stuff.
dirty lowering yourself down the side, the side of the tunnel
Yeah.
than just jumping down. You know what? To avoid getting your shoes dirty, I'll let you do a last second split to try to step around the mud. This will take a very modest amount of dexterity, and I guess, you know what? Dexterity etiquette to keep yourself clean and presentable.
Oh.
Okay. 2 successes was what was necessary.
Nice.
So, yeah, you drop down, and last second your legs just go boop, and you avoid the mud. And looking just a little bit into the tunnel in one direction, you find an easy dry spot you can crouch in or duck
Nice.
into.
Can Willenbree also try to avoid getting dirty? Because
Sure.
she knows I will hate it.
Sure.
What's her dex and what's her etiquette?
Good.
Okay. I'm just
4
wondering.
and 3.
God damn.
Okay. So as Willenbree jumps in, it's a much more elegant, like, kicks off the wall and jumps to a dry area.
I nod in approval.
Everyone else is just getting in the hole.
Yep.
All right. So everyone is inside the storm grate. Where do you guys go? There's two directions.
Is there like drag marks or anything we can notice?
Maybe even it's a little more undisturbed in this area.
Sure.
Yeah, is one side like way more piled up with mud than the other?
Your choices of wits awareness or wits investigation.
Would you call this a deduction?
No, you're not deducing information. Deductions come from information gathered.
I'm gonna help you,
I helped Ted as
Same.
well.
Ted.
I assume I just get a +1.
You get a +3.
Yeah.
It's one per person.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, in this case, I'm also going to. I'm gonna make this a wits awareness roll for Auspex.
Okay.
That's fine by me.
Oh god.
Oh no!
Who does he kill in the process?
It's so messy. He's covered in mud.
Yeah, I don't do anything vampirish, but every time I'm like talking through my investigation, you just hear squelch, squelch the whole time.
No.
Yeah. Ted instantly sees indications of movement in drags, even claw marks in the cement walls. Without saying much, completely honed in, Ted begins moving in the direction.
Oh. Well, follow
quickly
that
follow.
vampire.
Oh shit. Augustus runs after him.
I quickly follow, but do try at least a little bit to not be all muddy.
The mud's only near the entrance.
Nice. That's
Yeah.
so good.
Most of this place is pretty dry, and you guys are actually heading away from the direction the water would normally be running.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right. So I'm assuming everyone is following suit. So you guys begin heading off in this direction. Eventually, this kind of leads into a section that was very obviously manufactured, as somehow, some way, what appears to be like a bunker has been attached to this tunnel. And in fact, as you are making your way towards here, there's like a barricade, a small blockade to prevent water from running into this part of it that you guys have to kind of like crawl over. It doesn't leave you a ton of space, about like 2 feet of space to like push yourself through, but you can manage more or less without getting overly dirty for those who care. And you're in what appears to be a bunker. It's not necessarily much less cramped. You can stand tall. The bunker seems to be about 6.5 feet tall. And it is about 20 feet wide, and it kind of moves off in kind of this half sphere shape in front of you all. You are what appears to be in a supply room with a variety of tools, implements, like rope and like lock picking devices and all kinds of stuff. Also, a box of blood bags.
Quick, steal those.
Okay, right place.
This has to be it.
You go through what appears to be in a bulkhead, and your suspicions are more or less confirmed as you are in what looks like a testing lab. You see about 5 bodies in various forms of transmogrification being turned into fleshy things. Some of them not in super great shape, looking mostly dead, and a couple that are a little bit better off, but they all seem inert.
How similar do they look to the leech?
Incredibly so. Like they're made from the same blueprints.
Should we be stealthing?
Y'all can. Ted's just going.
I grab Ted before he goes any further.
We're gonna lose the lead.
Are we? Could get caught up in something that's gonna kill us, probably. We don't know who's here.
Or how strong they are.
Michelangelo just follows Ted.
Well, apparently Ted is grabbed.
Well, as you're all discussing this in the moment, you hear the sound of creaking metal and the sound of a shutting door.
Oh. Shit.
Ted's grabbed. And
What do y'all do?
well, grab Ted and try to hide behind something.
The door shut? As in it was probably open this whole time?
It sounds like a shutting door. I don't know. You infer.
And we were just sort of talking in here, and it's like a really echoey tunnel.
More or less.
I am
Cover's
gonna draw
blown.
heightened senses because it might get quite loud and scary.
Okay.
But where's that door? What door is closing?
It seems to be further in, not in the room you're currently in.
But yeah, hiding it sounds like a good idea. Obfuscate hide.
Like to, yeah, put up silence of death and unseen passage.
Seems like the cover is blown already.
It's in a room ahead. Not entirely sure.
We might be fine. It's better
Don't
safe
be a
than sorry.
pessimist.
If this door was open, and we're sitting here having conversations in an echoey tunnel that leads right to an open doorway.
I will make special mention for the heightened senses that you guys had for a moment. It didn't sound like a bunch of footsteps were approaching you.
Yeah, it seemed like they heard us coming, closed the door, and are making a run for it, maybe.
Oh, then we should give chase.
Wouldn't Ted hear that though? The spurting? Or
Well, they're behind a closed door now.
Not
Well-
unless they were using office.
Closed big metal door.
Yeah.
Either they're making a run for it, or they're really bunkering down and activating all their home security systems and whatnot.
Also, since I was away, unfortunately, during this entire explanation, did I sense any rituals or anything?
Oh, yeah, totally. This room is filled with the use of blood sorcery.
Yeah, we found 5 failed experiments that are all really. They look like the blood leech that we fought.
Okay. Well, guess nothing else to do but check the door.
It sounds like we just need to get over there.
Yeah, let's go do that.
Okay. With some hesitation, you guys move forward and you come into another room that seems more researchery. and there is a closed bulkhead on the other side.
Can I tell if anyone in the room prior to the bulkhead, anyone hiding using obfuscate or anything?
You do not see anything.
I have a question as we're coming into here. Is
Okay.
this a threshold?
If it was, you would have been stopped much sooner.
Okay. So at least they don't live here or something.
Leaps into the well, hits an invisible wall.
No.
You know what? I think it's time, actually. I'm activating Fleetness.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, what are you doing?
Is the door locked? Can we try opening it?
If you guys go over try the door, it does seem to have been locked.
Do we want to wait to pick the lock, or do we just want to break through the door?
It's not that kind of lock. It's a bulkhead. More than likely, it has some like iron latch or something on the other side.
I imagine a big vault door.
Was there a chance we could rip it off?
Yeah, you guys are kindred, after all.
I think that's the most likely option here.
All right.
Can't win 'em all.
Steps aside for the two buff characters.
Yeah, I'm not involved in this check that's coming up.
All right. It's a one-person job, though others can help.
I'd say I
Willenbury
got
can
this
help.
lead.
I assume
Okay.
it would be an athletic strength or something.
This is indeed an athletic strength. This one, a massive one with a difficulty of 6.
Oh, that's not that bad. Yeah, Willenbury will help.
Well,
Like,
Okay.
no.
6 for a kindred is pretty substantial. If this was human terms, it would be like a difficulty 10 or more.
Yeah. But it's 6 difficulty to get Augustus to feed off of me. That's not that bad.
I mean, that's still
Like-
substantially difficult, but yeah.
It is.
I've never failed when I spend a willpower.
Yeah, when you re-roll a bunch of
Um.
your dice. Anyway, so who's doing this? Is athletic strength?
So are you gonna activate prowess? Because if not, my dice pool is 9 right now.
I can activate prowess.
Sorry, continue.
Oh, if you want to pull open the door, and I'll assist you. I don't care who pulls open the door.
Well, I mean, it would just give us a better chance because you have 8 plus. What's your prowess?
Let me check.
What's your potence rating?
Yeah, sorry.
2.
So that would be 10.
We base 10, yeah, okay. If you want to do it, go ahead, but your hunger situation is.
That's what I was gonna say. I was
Yeah,
chewing,
let's-
but yeah.
If you
you're
fail, it
hungry.
would bring it up to 4.
I'll let
Really?
Ophelia do this, and I'll help her out.
Okay.
I'll assist as well.
Okay.
Okay, so you got 3 help.
Athletics, strength, 3 potence, and then. Okay.
3 help.
Oh boy.
You have disappointed me immensely.
What do you mean? I
You
don't.
got willpower.
Yeah, I know. I'm spending it. 1, 2, 3. Roll.
It's one more.
Success. Go for it again.
I'm doing it.
Oh,
We got this.
there's
Go for it
nothing
again.
Come on, let out your
Oh.
inner Bruja. This door is defying you.
This is my door. It's making
We
Okay.
got
every
one
itch.
more. That's what we
That
needed.
is one more. So you begin
Oh.
as you're twisting and turning. It's the long, drawn out as the iron is being ripped. It takes some heaving. It almost seems like Ophelia is not going to be able to before finally you flex. You feel the whole flex through like your whole abdomen. And then suddenly, in a jerking motion that nearly throws everyone helping off their feet, you manage to rip off the latching mechanism itself, leaving a somewhat like half door, iron door, in the way that can be easily opened.
While they're ripping at the door, can I try to pocket as much of any research papers that are left around?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Ted, my pockets are starting to fill up. Here, take some of these.
Okay. He'll just accept it.
Good thing you reduced your heightened senses earlier, because this would have been maddening to hear.
I would have.
So yeah, there's this. The door's ripped off. Everyone's nearly thrown off their feet. You see a long stretch of like a cement hallway and a rung ladder at the end that seems to lead to the surface.
I guess this is Ophelia's wheelhouse.
Well, chuck the door. Sprint.
Okay.
Are there any? Is it just it's a hallway with no like other branches off?
Nope. Just there seems to be an escape hatch.
Cool. Do we think it's worth a blink?
It's not
How
far
long
enough
is
for a
it?
blink.
Okay.
It's like
Yeah.
maybe 30 feet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I start sprinting down, and once I reach the end,
It takes you less than a second. That's how fast you are right now.
and then I just fucking leap.
Okay, you
'Cause
leap.
I have a 9-meter vertical now.
Okay. You leap, grabbing onto a hatch at the top of this way, because I imagine you don't just smash into the hatch. Unless you want to.
Nah, I have the reflexes.
Okay.
If I didn't have fleetness up, I would have, but since I do, I have the reflexes for it.
Okay. You jump to the top, you twist and pull off this hatch. It kind of opens up into the outside in an open park area. You don't see the perp at the moment.
Damn. Shout down, hurry up.
Velvet races after.
Same.
All right, y'all get up there.
And then while I'm waiting for them, can I do a woods awareness? Just
Yes, you
scan.
can.
Let's go, dice pool 3.
The difficulty is 3.
Holy
got
shit!
it!
Yes!
I do think
Oh god, messy crit though.
if I had to guess, Michelangelo and Alistair probably let everybody else go.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
last time it took us like forever to catch up to everybody. So it would be better if we just didn't slow everybody down.
I like to imagine everyone's like sprinting as fast as possible, and the two of us are at the back, like casually jogging, just having a conversation about what's going on.
Yeah.
That's a 0.5% chance, because it's 1 in 10, 1 in 10, 1 in 100, and then half chance for that other success. God damn.
All right, nerd.
Eh.
I mean, yeah, it's probably even smaller than 0.5%. But anyway, you can actually look it up. There's a calculator for it. But you peer around. You see some rustling in the brush. You lunge at it. You are moving so fast. It's all a blur. There's a target in front of you. You don't hesitate. You swing for the head. Go ahead and make a melee attack for me, please.
Let's go!
Or this is melee strength.
Melee strength.
Or
nothing
no,
added, let's go.
melee strength.
Well,
Oh.
You got any more willpower?
I have 2 more in this, but I don't know if... Yeah, fuck it. And we need this dude.
We can take a vacation once the case is over.
I'm only at 4 out of 5.
That's 3 more successes.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right, and yeah, prowess open at the moment, right?
Yes. That is So it's 3 successes, and then I don't know if we round up or round down in the system.
Round down. It's always round down.
Okay, so it's still 1 more damage.
It's minimum 1.
Well, 1 additional damage from prowess.
Okay, yeah. All right. So 1 additional. What's the damage of your bat?
I think it was 2.
Okay, 2. So 2, you got 4 total successes. And 1. So that's 7 damage.
But I got 3 successes.
You had 1 before, and then you just rolled 3, didn't you?
Yes, that'd be 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
Right. Oh, I must have misread the numbers then.
Yeah, 6s are successes. So that's 3 from the reroll from willpower, 1 that you initially rolled. That was in your hunger.
Okay.
So 7 damage. You fly at this individual. You're determined to put them down. They turn their head and duck a little bit. They still take 5 damage to the noggin. Superficial, I might add.
Hopefully they're not mortal.
Yeah, hopefully they're your target. Because otherwise, they're fucked.
The fact you said superficial to getting domed in the head, the baseball bat like that, I don't think they're mortal.
Probably not.
You are correct. This is indeed your target.
That's really.
I mean, y'all would have noticed.
It would have been hilarious, though.
It'd be really funny if this is just like some municipal worker in Seattle. It's like, I'm gonna report this. What? And bam.
Their
Bat
head
goes flying,
would have
the
been
head
taken clean
explodes.
off.
Pops like a
Gone.
grape.
There wouldn't be a mess if the bat was moving so fast.
Everyone else gets up through the hole. What did you do? You didn't even say anything. You jumped up and threw the bat immediately.
So yeah, the individual in question hits the ground and tumbles a bit. All your friends are behind you, kind of getting up out of the tunnel. What are you doing, Ophelia?
If he's on the ground, I'm gonna try and jump on him and keep him on the ground.
Okay. So you jump on the individual in the ground. Make a strength athletics to pin them down.
I feel bad. I feel like we're bullying this guy. He's clearly a non-combatant.
Isn't
I
it
mean, he's a
brawl
researcher.
for pinning them down? Because I have a specialty for grappling brawl.
Then yeah, sure, go ahead. Do brawl.
Okay.
And also, technically, the specialties can apply to any skill.
Yeah, that's
Fair
also
enough.
true.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. You're easily pinning them down. They're like, get off me! Their wound slowly healing.
Good thing you didn't messy crit this one.
True.
How about
No.
I said, get off me! They're going to roll. And I need you to resist using...
Uh-oh.
I believe this is... let's see here. Because they're going to use blood sorcery on you.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
One second. Blood. Not that one. Here we go. Alright, it is their intelligence blood sorcery versus your stamina composure.
Oh shit, okay, dumbass. 2 best stats.
Nice.
Oh, they rolled
Oh my
terribly.
God. Got a
Yeah, that's a
31.
Oh shit.
They got 2 successes.
That's
Damn.
impressive for 7 dice.
Yeah, they did not roll super well. They were attempting to extinguish your vitae.
Ugh.
Ooh.
I don't know what that means. Sounds bad. I know what that means.
They're
You
trying
would-
to kill you.
You would
Yeah.
suddenly gain the difference in hunger.
Oh. Oh.
I'd
You've
be
been
so
there
hype.
before.
To be fair, Ophelia is also the worst one they want to get to that state.
Well, they
Also,
have
quick-
other things they can do while a kindred is frenzied.
True. Quick question. None of y'all got, like, stakes, did you?
Like wooden stakes to kill
Yeah.
vampires?
Well, it doesn't kill vampires in BTM, but...
It paralyzes them, actually.
Yep.
Oh.
No, but if we're quick enough, maybe we could turn a branch into a stake.
Yeah,
Anyone got craft?
I don't know if it has to be like a stake or if just like any wood can be shoved into a kindred's heart.
That's an
Uh,
excellent question. I've never seen it told if there's like a specific methodology.
Yeah, I wouldn't
we've
be
also
surprised if
never-
you had to like treat the wood to like make it into a stake and then do like a little prayer or something over it.
Because also we've never. I thought it'd be a prayer because that's more Society of Leopold type deal, and vampires use stakes all the time because it's just useful. The main bit too is we didn't make any deal to take this guy in alive.
Weren't we specifically told to kill him?
We were told to deal with the threat.
Yeah, so we have pure bounds to get this guy final death, and then like probably just get rid of the research.
At the very least, maybe put him in torpor.
Final death is probably the best bet.
Probably preferable, but I'm willing to bet looking at this guy. Can we tell if this guy's a Tremere?
If you can't, well, do you have an ability that can tell?
I do not. I was
Well,
thinking.
actually,
Use
here's the
blood
real telling bit, Cam. What's his aesthetic? Is he got like weird red, kind of like flowy trench coat going on? Is he in like weird bondage gear?
It looks
he
like an
like-
evil scientist. You
Okay,
tell
he's
me.
Tremere.
He's Tremere.
Damn.
If he's dressed like Dracula, he'd be Izumi, which was my theory, but turns out I might be wrong.
I mean, we kind of guessed Tremere when we found out the blood sorcery was mostly used by Tremere.
It's Tremere and Bonahiki. Yeah, let's get him, tie him to a tree or something, and let him see the sun.
Yeah, he shouts, "Get off me!" Does blood magic shit, and as I resist it, I just go, "I don't think I will. Your creation hurt my wife." As if I can act again, I will, but if
Go ahead.
others are entering into this initiative,
I think we're just sort of standing around watching you do this.
okay.
Also takes time to get multiple people out of a hole.
Yeah, I don't.
You guys sound like you're doing some crazy stuff up there. What's happening? Narrate it for me.
Let's make his face look like the blood leech face. It's just, you know, cave it in.
Just psh. Yeah. Okay, I get you. You do so. You bludgeon this individual. That would have been a melee anyway, rather than athletics.
Oh, same thing actually.
Oh, okay. Then yeah.
Wouldn't brawl if you used your hands.
I used my bat.
They
didn't
they
you
were
say you were
already pretty like they took a lot of superficial damage when you went on them the first time. If you want to bludgeon them to death, you can do so. So you have free reign. What are you doing to this individual?
I don't put him into final death yet because I don't want to. I put him into torpor. I make it hurt as much as it can hurt to a kindred.
Can you feel pain in torpor?
You are purely, completely in a coma. You're out.
Yeah, and technically,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they're pretty much you're in a state of undeath, like re-dead undeath kind of thing in torpor. It's called the dreamless sleep for a reason.
Yeah. Well, if you're torturing this guy, can I get up before he's dead?
It's y'all's scene, so y'all work together. Make this good RP.
I'd say as they're going down, because Velvet raced after, Velvet would probably be coming up to the top as Ophelia is starting to bludgeon them while they're pinned.
Ted is also pretty quick there too.
Now it's
Same
turning
here.
in. This is going on. It's a mixture of bludgeoning him and clawing at him and ripping away parts of him. Following up with that messy critical, I am letting the beast take over a bit.
I'll slowly start making my way up, and then once I see this, I'll like wince a little. And I'll call over to Ophelia, sort of like not really hoping it'll work, but I hope it does. And say, Ophelia, I don't suppose I could convince you to try to leave him alive.
Hit my plate. Starts clawing at him for like 3 more seconds and just slows down and stops like 2 seconds later. But still on top of it.
How is he?
A bloody mess. They don't seem
And
conscious. Maybe not even alive.
They weren't alive already, but
Yeah.
While they're doing that, I'm going to run in behind Ophelia, and I'm going to go through his pockets, make sure there's nothing in there.
Is there a way for us to check if they're in torpor or just dead?
just if they move.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Otherwise,
Ophelia.
it's just-
How close did you get them?
he's in torpor. He's not conscious, but he's not dead.
Okay.
Make a willpower.
Okay.
We said you were letting the beast take over.
I said a little bit.
Well-
Oh man.
I have a feeling he's dead.
You heard that. You snapped back. You tried to pull back as best as you could. They probably were like alive for like a few more moments before passing.
All there is Ted approaches, probably alongside Velvet, and there's just the hand upon your shoulder. No words, just hand on your shoulder as you're still there, looking down as yes, he's gone, final death.
I sort of like a little bit disappointed, just go around the room trying to collect whatever seems like it's useful to his work
We
here.
are outside.
Yeah, you're far.
I go
from
back
this.
into the room. Since it's done, I'm like, well, that's that. I gotta go to Plan B. I want to go back in and try to collect whatever is useful to what seems like he was working on, like research stuff, maybe specimens.
Yeah, because we pocketed the research papers already.
Yeah, also bad news. Ted has that has a chunk of that alongside Velvet.
I know. I assumed because everyone just said I want to try to do this while we're running through, so I assume no one like took the time to actually look through everything
Well, yeah,
and like
for
sweep
sure.
it all out. Yeah, so I want to try to use this as like a peace offering to make up for the previous mistake with the Tremere. I want to try to get my triumvirate cred back to get us to back to at least neutral, if not a little positive.
Well, interesting thing about that. So the case is done. You guys have solved the issue of the blood leech, and it's only after going through all the documents and various notes that the picture gets fully pieced together. This individual was a Tremere, though was one who had been a part of the Pioneers, one of the original actually leading group of Kindred in Seattle before Alec Cross kind of came in and took over. When the Tremere were kind of evicted from the city, the Pioneers, this was kind of like it wasn't like a whole bunch of them, it was this particular individual. They were kind of keeping their presence unknown to Alec and the rest of the rest of the prince's court, as it were. And you also find in some of the documents some connections to the Anarchs. Possibly, this could mean that the Pioneers have some connection to the Anarchs. Maybe as a potential overthrowing of Alec. Or maybe they are a rogue agent, creating chaos to diminish the Camarillah's hold on Seattle. That's for the politicians to figure out, though. You have all done your work. And now it's for the upper echelons of Seattle's kindred community to duke it out in political battles. But you're all commended for your good work. And if this game was continuing further, you would get a free upgrade to your coterie. And whatever you would choose.
What would we choose?
Probably the one that's not the hunting one, because our feeding thing is pretty easy now to check.
Well, that'd be either Leon or Portolan.
Well, you can also add other advantages as well.
Oh,
Get everyone to like respect us, increase our clout.
You
Yeah.
could.
Yeah.
Fame is I believe fame is one of them.
that's definitely the one I would
Yeah.
want.
Status, that's the one you would have improved.
Yeah, I'd say proved in stats could be good for us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, a job well done. You guys have finished the story. There was a little bit more I could have done, but you guys, surprisingly, this whole adventure, you guys were very spot on with your investigations. Actually, did pretty well, and ended a little earlier than I expected. I did contemplate having you guys go up against 2 lesser leeches in this final confrontation, but we were kind of hitting the end, and I didn't want this to go into a half session next week.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured a chase scene was in order, and yeah. But how'd you all feel about it? How'd you all feel about this adventure through Vampire the Masquerade?
I am so happy I built a character that is like perfectly suited for investigations. It helped a lot. But man, I have so many other vampire characters I've made or like came up with that I want to play. It's like, man, I like these games a lot. Vampire's so cool. And I liked having a character suited for solving a mystery.
I liked it a whole lot.
I loved it. Loved ripping up just a fucking bank door vault off a wall. It's a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I loved making Augustus my thrall, which does happen in the future, I assume.
Does it happen?
I mean,
Well, it
we do
depends
have a little
if
bit of time,
how
maybe
long
we
it
could-
takes for us to all eat each other.
It's like after you break the blood bond, there's no reason to go back to Aliester.
Except for the fact that I could very easily put a submerged directive in there.
True.
It all depends on whether we eat each other before the 6 months are up or not.
Or you break of all of your willpower gone.
Yes, I do think it's fully canon that Augustus eating me turns into Michelangelo eating Augustus, which turns into everyone else eating everyone until it's just Ted. I think that's canon.
I don't want it to be canon, genuinely.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Because,
It'll be
like,
canon in my game.
okay.
I'm fine with
Everyone's
the bear.
too much of a coward to kill their own characters.
Yeah.
I mean, I went into this game fully expecting someone to kill Velvet because of her blood.
But little did you know, I was the one getting eaten.
It's okay. Which makes this even funnier. We went the entire game without Aliester figuring out that Velvet is a Salubri.
Yeah, as soon as I caught track of that, you would have been under my thumb.
Oh yeah, totally.
And then you would have died from
And it definitely would have worked.
meatheads in the group killing you.
Yeah.
Nah.
God damn it. Okay, so one thing that hurt a lot while playing this is partway through, and it's probably suited for a different campaign. This character would not be suited for this specific chronicle. I had a concept for a character I really wanted to play of a small street gang mob boss, Lysandra. Like, he runs like a small protection racket, but the protection racket, they don't know the true payment because they forget right after they do the payment. But it's he's a Lysandra who then feeds off of people, because the Oblivion discipline is so cool. It's so fucking dope. There's one called Touch of Oblivion where I touch something using Strength Brawl and I rapidly age and decay it, as in like a body part of someone I'm fighting.
Oh my god.
Or like shadow tentacles that like come out of the like just the environment or my own shadow. A shadow cloak that both gives me a +2 to stealth and intimidate. It's so cool. I just wanted to play a fucking like mob boss, a small time mob boss, but like Lysandra, because Lysandra's so cool. I love Clan Lysandra. You know, also. Oh wait, go on.
Well, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
I'm just posting something else on the side because
Okay.
the game is over.
How'd you all like this adventure in particular? How'd you guys like the style of like investigation and having to do a lot of things from scratch?
I really
I
enjoyed
liked
it.
it.
I would not complain if you'd use this in other games somehow.
Yeah.
I enjoyed.
Not bad.
I think it helped that we also had characters that fell into this perfectly with this story. Because we had our negotiator, we had our investigator.
We went into it not fully expecting, I don't think, but we had a lot of roles filled out really nicely. So it felt like whenever we had to split up, we actually had a lot of roles filled out, so we never felt like too stretched thin.
It did feel a lot like anytime anything happened, we were like, we can split up, and like half of our group just fits with this objective and half fits with this other one, and our groups kept switching up who was with who, and that was fun.
It flowed together in the fact that it didn't feel like we were being thrown challenges that we just like our characters themselves couldn't solve. As if something came up, it was just one person's like, oh, that's a you answer, and then like, everyone stepped aside, and it just kept like a rotating circle of like, all right, whose job is this? Which is good. I think that's a good thing for a party to have. Everyone has to have like everyone needs like different specialties that they can kind of all work around.
And how'd you guys like the aspect of the blood leech, like the mystery of the blood leech?
I'm surprised
like
it wasn't
that.
a Miski like Sabat thing.
It was super cool.
It was a fun little guy.
Terrifying and amazing at the same time.
Nasty little bastard.
The tricky little shenanigans of it stealing disciplines from the latest thing it killed.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to make a creature that was interesting, not just like, oh, it was a werewolf, because that's very easy. Like, that's a very easy storyline.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
easy. That's done. And also, World of Darkness is even like directly in the books. Like Hunter very pointedly says this. Like, either we have a codified supernatural world, but please take these and like fuck with them. make them creepy, make them weird, make them your own, make them break the rules, because that's what makes something spooky. Is when you find something that's a little recognizable and then it goes against what you expect.
But kind of expanding a little bit beyond that, like, how'd you guys like the actual like mystery of the blood leech? Like how it came to, it was a creature, but it actually had something to do with blood sorcery, and you had to find like a hidden bunker, and ends up being a connection that has kind of interpolitical intrigue with people here in Seattle, in addition to connection to the Anarchs.
I think it was cool because like it started off and we're just like, this is a monster, we got to deal with it, and you're like, is this guy a vampire? Are we hunting a vampire now? And then we started figuring out what more about it, and it was just like, this is cool, this is fun, and we found out that it was very deeply connected to the Tremere, and we were like, well, now that has some implications there, which I liked. I do think that if I stay in this party, Aliester will eventually die to the Triumvirate. I think all of you are going to get me killed.
I think it's a very fun like bit of, okay, how much do you guys know in this moment? Do you know? Like, are you aware that someone stole this research? Is this something you guys are working on and then just want to pretend you weren't? What's happening
Yeah. I was hoping to add at least some political intrigue to it, so hopefully I was able to kind of create that feeling that is like, you guys had a lot of free reign to do a good amount of stuff actually in Kindred Society, actually, just by your position. But there were still bounds. You still had to play by certain rules.
I liked the political stuff. That was, my character's all about that. And it was really hard to maneuver my way around characters that weren't all about that. Why do you melt the body?
Well, it was not really a choice.
You chose to melt the body just to spite me.
Yes, totally. Fuck
Because
the
you
Tremere.
deserve it. And also, you deserve it.
Unironically, fuck the Tremere, though. They do suck.
Yeah.
As an organization. I'm happy the pyramid fell.
Wow, don't let them catch you saying that.
But also, out of game, I love you, Tremere. You're one of the best clans in the game.
All right.
I think I respect the Tremere.
Then kind of the last bit here. Vampire 5e, yay, nay, recommend it, things you like, things you dislike. Well, what's your overall like opinion of the system?
As someone who's never had to interact with the book much, it's a good system. I love it.
I think I'm in agreement with that. If it wasn't for the book, I'd be more to recommend this for people to try out. It is a lot of fun, but this book is a nightmare to find anything in.
Yeah, it's absolutely awful.
It's really fun in concept, and the world is great and beautiful and amazing, but like, unless you have someone who knows the rules well, it's gonna be difficult.
I definitely think I started wrong. Just a wee bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that happens in any game, though. You start out, and if you don't, you didn't get to play in our one shot either, so you're a little bit even more unprepared.
That's true.
I was gonna ask for. Oh yeah, so like, what difference does this system have compared to other tabletops that would make you recommend it more or less, or in difference to certain preferences?
I think that its pro is that like the way you play this game, the play style of this game as a whole is completely different than most tabletops. Like everyone knows the classic rule of like don't split the party, but it seemed like in this one, like not only could you do it, but it was almost like better to split the party as much as possible and do as like get more things done at one time. And like it seemed like it was like it's a lot more like you have sort of nuanced stuff to do, and just being in a world where like our characters are canonically in the top 1% of strength in this world. Like most creatures will get absolutely stomped by us if we did anything to them is really fun dynamic to have. And also just love a secret society type of deal.
It is also like a lot of the stories I hear around VTM, like even in more combat focused vampire games, splitting the party is still pretty commonplace. Though I will also say, um, these games, especially the older ones, have a lot more of a sliding scale of possible damage. Of like some security guard might pop the fuck off and completely destroy a kindred's head, like entire head with a shotgun, and then like, oh, you're dead. Like, you are just dead, which is the rough part about some of the I guess difficulty of these games. It's like it feels like World of Darkness games are in their own little like genre almost. It's a sad bit. This 5e is a very interesting time. The core systems I think are very cool, but it also kills a lot of what I think are really interesting character options that the older games had. But the core systems are very cool. Good luck finding them.
Yeah.
I will say, I think another one is the system also allows for like a slow burn game. Probably a little easier than most.
That's true. We had like frequent weak time skips where you were just waiting.
Yeah. Well, there's that. And also, like, Vampire, we did 10 sessions, and I feel like 10 sessions is not, like, the optimal for Vampire,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because
it seems like it's really conducive to a longer campaign, and like it seems like the play style is just a bit different, so it's hard to get used to this quickly. Like we did have long stretches of time where it was like we're not really doing anything, but I think that's part of it, where we're supposed to find things to do in those stretches of times, like outside of the main story.
yeah, that's kind of the Vampire, I think, is kind of in a genre of like sandbox, or like half sandbox, half theme park for like TTRPGs, where you have like an overall mission, but you can also just completely play the game, complete sandbox. You're just doing whatever Kindred do,
Yeah.
trying to improve one's own position in society. And like the game just like there's not really level ups. Your progress is very slow, and not only that, but you can progress a lot of systems that can also just be equally taken away from you. You can spend a lot of time getting XP to get like a certain contact and then lose it the next session depending on how the story goes.
Yeah.
It's the honestly even the published material is a little like that, because I mean there's parts that aren't like any of the blank City by Night, Detroit by Night, London by Night. Those are all the like absolute complete chronicles that you play through from like beginning Kindred to like full story. But a lot of the other adventure paths are completely created to be fitted inside of like your existing game, as it feels like one of the ways they really recommend running a lot of this stuff is you put your kindred in your world, and then like you just kind of have them explore just the real world, but now there's weird spooky supernatural bits, in which actually like the play style kind of is very similar to some of the games we've done in our past, and also like the Friday D&D game I'm in, where some days you don't progress the story at all. You spend 5 hours fucking around and just being weird in a city, going to like random shops and restaurants, like just talking in character, and then you're like, what did we do, guys? Oh, we didn't do anything.
Yeah, it seems like the appeal of this game, the main appeal, is just living as a vampire.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's a fun thing. But it's just sort of a different play style than people are probably used to. So it would take a bit of time being comfortable not advancing the story.
The main bit is, I think, the part that is the hurdle for any World of Darkness game is if you're going to enjoy them, you have to be dedicated to it. I don't
Yeah.
think any of these games are games you can pick up and play. I think a lot of them are games where it's like, if you want to get the most out of it, this is a game you have to be regularly playing a lot of and like really investing a lot of time and effort into.
Yeah. I agree. I'm gonna do a review now that we played a bunch of it, and I have my thoughts together. I'll be doing a review on this probably soon. But yeah, exactly that. It's a game that, like, I feel like the optimal playstyle is playing for a year plus. Like,
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
less than that will probably feel too short for a good game. And I think the best way to put it is this is an actual role play game. The whole point is to role play as Kindred. That's it. There's no goal. There's no getting to level 20. There's no beating the big bad, because there's no problem to a Kindred that takes their lifetime to do, you know?
Yeah.
Probably.
It's really just like, what do you want as a person? Go for that.
That's what I'm curious about the older games, because I know that the older games have a lot more like crunch to them, since a lot of the older games are tackling like bigger threats and bigger deals and like dealing with larger problems and throwing the players into like your prominent people dealing with prominent problems. And like, because this is like your individual people dealing with individual horror, when the older World of Darkness was a grand scale horror, everything is dying, the world is ending, have fun. This is like, you are a monster slowly losing your humanity. Like, how do you retain your humanity when you're not human anymore? It's like the changing of scope. So like, I'm curious how the older games interact, because going back and reading old World of Darkness material is really fun, where they're just like, I'm just reading material, I'm like, oh yeah, they're really just openly talking about like, here's how you handle your characters taking a plane ticket and going to this like vampire war zone. Okay, cool. That's fun. And like, I could not see that being written for 5e.
Yeah, definitely really interesting. But that's gonna be it for us today. Thank you all so much. I'm thinking we'll probably take a week off. Well, kind of. I think we'll all get together and we'll next week and get our character sheets and everything figured out for our next season of Riptide.
And get in the Foundry and do all the remaster stuff.
Do all the remaster stuff, get everything set up. I got like 40 plus mods for Pathfinder 2e. You throw a fireball, it will make a fireball explosion animation. It's great.
Yay!
And then
Yes.
actually explode my PC.
Probably.
I'll say, I had to completely rechange. Well, a lot of them have different names, but William's spells are very different. I have a few key ones that are the same. Like, I still have Pocket Library and all that, but there are a good few parts of William that have altered because they are not, because like they didn't carry over from previous. Because wizard and tiefling stuff changed. So.
Yeah, now you're a Nephilim.
I'm a Nephilim. I'm a hellspawn Nephilim.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And he always has been.
I always have been. Shifty eyes. Don't worry about it.
But we won't be streaming at the very least next week. So if you watched all the way up to here, just know Riptide will probably start up on the 13th, more than likely. But for all of the players here, we'll be getting together next week to get all our characters on. It was probably just at most a couple hours. I probably won't even take that long. We'll just get together, get everything set up, and then yeah, we're gonna play some Pathfinder for the next 10 to 15 sessions, and maybe the last season of Riptide, depending on what you guys do. I don't know. You guys went much faster in this storyline than I was expecting. So
We'll see.
We'll have to see.
We're gonna kill the boss in 3 sessions.
And then it's on to the next game.
Yep, and
Yeah,
then
what are
we'll
we
play
doing?
Mutants and
Mutants and Masterminds. Yep,
Yes.
That'll be fun.
I'm
and
so
then Plague
excited.
Watch.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so excited.
But with that, we're gonna go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Nighty night.
Good night.